Hello, Aries, another week, July 6th to July 12th. I'm going to pull the oracle for the week and look at the energy, main challenge, what's coming in love and life, and the good coming, but also how others are showing up and how to work with it. The secret chamber, potency, deep connection, and treasure. Right, this week has a different energy, and during these Sunday readings, I like to look at the astrology that's changing too and apply it. And we're in the fourth quarter moon before we get to the new moon. And we also have a lot of transits, some retrograde and stationing. And we have Venus moving into Virgo at the end of, towards Thursday, I think. And so this time period right now can seem, kind of confusing at first, and then it's like it will clear up towards the end of the week. I think things will become a little bit more stable, a little bit more certain for you. So you are seeing the darkness here at the beginning, and you're seeing the light, which is where I'm getting this from. It's like, things may have started since the last new moon. Things were moving. You thought you had something, you had a grip on something, or, things started to seem, you had more control maybe at times, but then it gets to this phase where there's an unknown, an uncertainty, but you're feeling some sort of deep connection or deep way or deep certainty about something. Do I keep staying? What do I do with this? Do I hold on? Do I let go? I'm feeling it. And the more you try to make a decision this week about something that is really sitting strong in your heart, your soul, the more potent it's going to become, and the more anxiety could create from this, and a feeling of thinking that, I need to decide, I need to know, I need to figure something out right now. And that could be Neptune stationing right on your sign. And you may feel this very personally, this very foggy energy, like, who am I? And you may not even recognize, what it is that you really want in, or what it is that you're really anxious about. But what I'm seeing here is the treasure part, is the trusting and the letting go of control. Even if you think you don't have control over a situation, that also could be an illusion where you feel a little bit out of control, but you do. And also some of it is, it's already at play. And this fourth quarter moon, before we go to the new moon the following week, it's about releasing and integrating what we already know and trusting that we've already planted the seeds. And now we're releasing any worry or fear or what's not working. So this time period is sort of like, a clearing. And then we're getting ready for a new cycle. So you are being asked to trust right now that the seeds that you have planted are working for you. And if they're not working, or they weren't meant to, they will dissipate on their own. There is no need to make a crazy choice this week. So slow and steady is what I'm hearing too. So let's take a look at your energy, specifically, and any main challenges. We'll start there. The treasure, hold on to that. Hold on to that word, treasure. There may be something lying in this energy that's going to reveal itself that you might not even see coming. A new doorway opening up where you're going through. Some of you asking, am I on the right path? And we're all on the right path. We're all here. We're all doing the best we can. The path is not the problem. It's the choices that we decide to make, or the certainties, or the guarantees, or the what ifs that get in the way. I see the Seven of Pentacles, and this just explains everything I already just explained. It's sort of connecting the dots there. The undertow this week is the Seven of Pentacles, which is what's next? What's going on here? I'm just working, and I'm not seeing results yet, or I'm not seeing immediate results, or I just feel like everything was working, and then all of a sudden now there's just some sort of unknown. And now this is a time to reflect. This is where the retrogrades come in and put us all through this. where we do a little bit of a review at everything that is really going on and looking at facts and looking at what or where we made some choices or investments that we really didn't need to, need to or mean to. And now it's about where do we need to buckle up, and moving forward, what am I taking with me? And also this energy too is just one of these, it's life happening right now, and it's showing up and just continuing to trust that the work that you're putting in is going to bring to you abundance, which is the Eight of Pentacles. You will get that payout, you will get that answer, you will get that fulfillment, especially if the work's there and you've been put in the work in and you honor it and it feels soul connected. It's yours. All right, now the energy for you is the Devil. A lot of stuff can come up during this time that can really make you question things. A lot of anxiety. This can even be depression, or this can be such uncertainty that everything just feels blurry. And for some, you may find yourself reaching for addictions and addictions show up scrolling, playing games, intensely texting people because you need something, you need some sort of stimulation, and these are addictions. Or drinking more, sleeping more, eating more, finding yourself doing things because the sense of urgency, that was all over everything, and you had this all this buildup is starting to kind of clear, and you don't even know what it is anymore, right? So what is this? And it's sort of like the nothing, the never-ending story. It feels like, it's an energy that we're all kind of dealing with, and maybe you're putting pressure on yourself to figure it out, and it's not the time to do that right now. All right, so your main challenge, the Three of Cups. Where can I find enjoyment and just when I can't control a situation this week, or I can't get through to somebody, or I'm worried and I'm feeling anxious and panicking, and I am worried because I need something to be permanent. I need something to be guaranteed. I need something to be easier. I feel exhausted. Where can you find ways to find enjoyment, pleasure, talking to people who support you, being around the people that are showing up for you, and not trying to, when we get in these energies, we try to attack the things that we can't control. We try to pursue the things that we have no certainty about. We try to get things done or, handle the biz. Instead, during this moment, you're being asked to not handle the biz. God's doing that. Divine's doing that. The universe is doing that. Right now, what's coming up for you is where we're learning to, some things are out of our control. And right now, rather than letting it get a hold of me and control me, I'm going to find ways to be in this energy and have and make things easier for myself, and find people that are receptive to me, not people that are not being receptive to me, so that it can just, further confuse me. It's not a decision week this week. It's not a week for making somebody else make a decision. It's not a week to clear things up right now. It's a week to let things deepen, right? The potency is going to deepen. So even during this fogginess, even if you're in a separation with somebody, even if you're dealing with possibility of a job loss or a job change or a situation change, right now the compass is sort of doing its thing, and it could exhaust you to try and control it. And other people may be feeling this. So during this time, this is when people are sitting with, and they'll get the truth. They'll get their truth. So in love, we're seeing, look at the spinning wheels. Look at the Wheel of Fortune. Right now, basically in your love life, what I'm seeing here is that the wheel is spinning. The wheel is turning. And where's it going to end? Where's it going to lead to? Is it going to lead to a repeated pattern, a problem? Is it going to, there's so much uncertainty. It's like you're taking your chances here. I've got to trust in my circumstances. If something's meant to come around and we're meant to finish this or fix this or do this, it's going to come around, because there is sort of a destined energy here when you see the Wheel of Fortune. So something is needing to resolve itself, and it's needing to do something, but at the time right now, though, it's spinning so fast that we don't know where it's going to land. And in this energy, if your partner or person you're interested in is spinning and is just uncertain, if the devil comes in, and the devil is your shadow, your worries, your fears, your anxieties, and you come in, you could spin the wheel back to the lesson that you're needing to learn here, which is to trust that you cannot control when this is happening, because it can end up being a karmic cycle, which means you end up coming back going, I knew it, but a part of you had to confirm what your fear was. Or what if you didn't do anything during this time or make a decision, and your luck turns? The person realizes, wow, this is a deep connection. This is very potent. And right now it's like your person could be veering back and forth from, am I interested? Am I not? Do I want to do this? Do I not? What am I? What's going on? Maybe they're just handling or processing the situation a little differently than you are. But I'm seeing here, you don't need to add the fuel to this. You need to just focus on, your own little happiness here, and let your person spin their wheels, because there is something here that you both are learning. So luck also this week, being in love. All right, this is also showing you that there is something happening here with the wheel this week when it comes to love. And I will look at this card, and I'll look at Aries through Pisces, and I will reflect on this and see what's coming around, what's going on. And this will tell me, are you dealing with a pattern? Are you dealing with somebody trying to do something over so that they can fix things? Or is this luck around you guys, right? So the cards will tell me. But I am seeing they feel a reason, and there's still unfinished business, or there's still business between you and another person. All right. Now in life, it looks like 3 of Pentacles. All right. So I like this for you in life. All right. It feels like you've got a lot of support around you. All right. Maybe you have a lot of things to do. This can be the people that rely on you, home conversations, help, counseling, working things out with people, fixing things that, you've been complaining about. So, this here is your connections, your people in your life that you already have strong connections with. The same thing with the 3 of Cups, people that you already have strong connection with. So it looks like people being useful, people wanting to talk to you, people wanting to connect to you. Now, later during the week, when the Venus goes into Virgo, this is what this feels like for me. It feels like, all right, this energy here will dissipate. Do you see that the light at the end of the tunnel is coming in? So not only even in love, you're taking your chances by being quiet or being, kind of in the unknown. You're seeing that, let's have a talk. Let's figure this out now. It's like now we can really talk. We feel a little bit more grounded. We can fix things with Virgo energy. They might not say what you need to say with this energy with Virgo and Venus. They may do things for you. You may see that people around you are being more helpful. Maybe at home, the people around your house are being more helpful, understanding. Maybe you're coming up with solutions in life. But this is also showing me that in life in general, you are putting all the pieces together, and it's just about asking for the support that you need when you need it. You don't need to do everything on your own. This is a time when, what, my life could be easier if I called so-and-so, but not the one that's causing you the most grief right now. That's what you need to watch for. Now, the good coming in and how others show up is I'm adding that this week. The good coming in, the 10 of Pentacles. Hell yeah, you're on this path. You're building towards a more stable, successful future. The good coming in could be money from family. The good coming in could be an investment that you invested in or you're being asked to invest in that could bring you some more money. The good coming in is renovations around the home. The good coming in is a bigger home. The good coming in is gathering your finances together. If you're having financial issues here in life and you're trying to figure out how to make it work, asking for financial advice and figuring out how you're going to plan your future. Now, the good coming in is that this is a time period. It looks like God is asking, universe is asking you to plan and really kind of focus on what is tangible, what you have control over this week. All right. And it is showing me that you got some abundance of luxury coming your way, money, an increase in money, and or you're working towards these goals. And this is just, it's ongoing. Now, how others show up this week, the Temperance card. So this is where it could get, you know, good or uncomfortable. So the Temperance card shows me how other people are showing up for you. Some people showing up very calm and chill, which might even be, hey, they're really working with me. People are vibing with me this week. People are, you know, I ask for something and they're so cooperative. It just feels like, you know, but it's compassionate. It's teamwork. It's not like your drill sergeant, right? Even though if you are, they're probably doing what you say. But, you know, it's showing here that moderation, equal balance. It seems like naturally things are just working out, and it seems like the vibe around you seems pretty peaceful. It's the ones that are causing you a little bit of grief this week that could be acting too chill, nonchalant about the relationship, about the situation, about the problems, about a conversation that maybe you had and you just feel like it's unfinished and you're waiting for a reply. It could really seem like others are showing up slower than usual, but also in some cases more calm and peaceful and patient with you and softer with you. All right. So you're going to get it from both different sides. What you choose to focus on is what's going to make you happy this week. All right. But by the end of the week, everything kind of shapes into this Three of Pentacles energy, where people may reach out to you, want to talk to you, want to work things out, want to fix things, you know. And so if you're feeling like people aren't showing any interest here, just know that by the end of the week, you know, this is where the light starts shining and you really see that people are showing up. So it's going to be hard not to get into your fears during this the beginning of the week. All right. So Aries through Pisces, let's take a look. If you are connected to an Aries, we're referencing the Wheel of Fortune and also life with the Three of Pentacles, all right? So this can say it's either going to work or one's not willing to put the work in, all right? So Aries, I see the Seven of Swords. You know, if you're dealing with another Aries, it looks as though you may get some sort of truth this week. And if you've been dealing with any kind of lies or something that keeps going around and round and round, or a red flag that you keep seeing, it looks like there's a discussion about that this week. You may finally talk it out or talk about it. But the Seven of Swords is showing up, and it does show me that another Aries may not be being 100% transparent with you. But being that it's a reflection of you, you may already know the truth, all right? So no more excuses, and that's applies to your Aries. You can't give them any more leeway. Be honest. Taurus, the Emperor card. So it looks like you and Taurus really do both feel this destined energy together, you know, with this energy. In the past, I may have said, you know, divine, you guys have a divine calling, or, you know, but you are dealing with a Taurus who have feelings, but they like to be in control of the matter. They don't want to be pushed. They don't want to be pulled. And Aries, you are the type like, hey, you know, come on, move your ass. And if you got a true Taurian here, you know, they don't like to be bossed around. They want to be the one in charge, right? But hopefully in a very nice way and not like a very controlling way. But I can see that this week, if there is something that you guys need to talk about or discuss, it looks like you could be making plans here to really further your situation. Gemini. The Moon card. So things are still too kind of foggy here between you and a Gemini. All right. I can see where your emotions, the devil and the moon, my God, be careful with this energy. This energy can really be reactive. It can really be, you get so panicked or overwhelmed because they are being so uncertain, and you feel deceptive. You feel like you can easily believe the devil in this energy, and you may want to make a decision about a Gemini, but in this energy there's too much variables, there's too many things changing. The environment, the energy is not working for this energy right now. It feels like, be still, try not to read into it, and let whatever needs to come up through the week. Hopefully it's not it looks like it's a cycle. It looks like you've seen this happen quite a few times, and so that's why you're so fear-based when it comes to a Gemini. That does not mean that they cannot work out. It just shows me the energy right now is saying it is too uncertain right now, and it's got you really triggered. All right. So Cancer, I'm seeing Queen of Wands. All right. So it looks like there could be a Cancer coming around. Looks like there could be some jealousies or maybe some insecurities that happen or come up when you're dealing with a Cancer. And it seems like this could be a second chance. Let's try this again, because they are feeling very pulled towards you, and you both feel like there's unfinished business. Leo, all right. And Leo, you keep going around in circles with a Leo. That's why the devil and the Eight of Swords is showing up with the Wheel of Fortune. It's like, how many times are you going to go around the same cycle? Or see this again? Or even if it's a new Leo, you may have dealt with the same thing with another person, but you're seeing, and you feel stuck maybe because, or they feel stuck, and it's like neither of you, one of you is going to make a move. So we do see that coming back around, but it's still showing up in this energy. So keep in mind that this week, even if all these people do show up, this is the energy I'm pulling in for them. There's still a lot of uncertainty there. Virgo, King of Wands, right? So you got a good energy with a Virgo. It seems like they're taking their chances, diving in. All right, they really want to see where this goes with you. Libra, the Lovers card. So very karmic-y energy with a Libra. Now you have the Lovers card here, so sometimes we can let desire and wants and needs take over. And you have the Devil card, so with the Libra here, remember there's going to be a lot of you're opposing each other here. So there could be a lot of letting your temptations and your desires and your raw emotions get the best of you. And you have another chance to do over because you both feel a strong pull to each other. So how can we break this pattern and work together? Scorpio, the Chariot card. All right, so Scorpio coming in, good energy returning. It looks like things could be better than they were before. Or if this is something new going on with you and a Scorpio, it looks like, hey, take your chances, see where things go. Anything's possible with this, Sagittarius, I see open-hearted. They definitely have feelings for you. So this is them feeling pulled to come towards you, maybe coming back around. This could be, a new energy, new romance, but it seems like you guys are working it. So just let things work itself out because there's a lot of feelings there. Capricorn, Six of Cups. So you have a return or you have reconciling with the Capricorn. All right. Now this is it shows two people being at the right place, the right time. This could even be a Capricorn that you could be meeting right now or have just met. You're at the right place, right time. Seems like you're both on the same page and really want to see where things go. You both really like each other. Aquarius, Ace of Swords. So you're getting communication coming in with an Aquarius. Now, depending where you're at, if it's new or if you've been waiting, it's showing clarity coming in. Now, the Wheel of Fortune with the Three of Pentacles is, listening to each other, talking to each other, trying to compromise with each other, a truce with each other. But if you're easily triggered by a Capricorn, Scorpio, Sag, Aquarius, sorry, if you're easily triggered, be mindful that could interfere with this come around again too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. Pisces, the Nine of Pentacles. So things looking good with a Pisces. It looks like they weren't expecting you to show up in their life. They like you. They have a lot in common with you. You're just going to have to move a little slower and deal with this one, because they're not going to jump right in or jump back in. They're definitely going to, be mindful of their time and space. They like their solitude, which you could take this as a rejection, where it's not a rejection. It's just more of setting boundaries. And it looks like they really want to see where things go, or they're still feeling pulled towards you. So I love you guys, and let me know in the comments. Let's do the oracle first, and then I'll look at the energy main challenge, love, and then life, Aries through Pisces, the good coming in, and how others are showing up. So let's get started. Boundary stones, negotiations, contracts, and communications. Now, I would suggest always listening to Aries reading first too, because Aries sort of sets the tone for the whole week. And I do talk about a lot of things that I seem to start off heavy with Aries. But, this week, you're seeing negotiations, contracts, and communications, and there may be, feelings or needing, or maybe even deciding to make decisions or to guarantee things. But remember, we're in a retrograde period. So boundary here says, if you're not ready to make a decision about something, if you're not ready, because this week is going to have two different energies. In the very beginning, it may feel like, very emotional, or things kind of, showing up, and you just kind of feel not yourself, or a little bit kind of all over the place, and it's like, maybe you feel like you have the answer, or what you would do, but why if you don't, right? So it just looks like maybe by the end of the week, you could maybe even talk more, discuss more, or make any important decisions that you may have to make. I wouldn't try and fix things. I wouldn't try and negotiate with people. If people aren't hearing you right now, it could be because they're still dealing with, or processing certain things in their life. So communication could be a little bit foggy or a little bit fuzzy when it comes to talking with other people. And this is where maybe other people don't understand, or may misunderstand you, or you misunderstand people. But I think people are going through something where it's easy to take something, something that you might say a week ago might not land the same way that it could land this week. And the same thing, somebody might say something to you that lands differently than normal, right? And to me, it feels like the energy. That's why wait for the energy to shift. Now, there could be some good contracts and negotiations coming in that you've been waiting for. So, and good communication. So despite any of this other stuff that's going on, it doesn't mean life can't go. It doesn't mean that if there was a retrograde during the Declaration of Independence, they still had to sign it, right? It's just making sure that it's what you really, really want. It tells us to slow down and really take a look at, what we're signing and what we're getting into. And this could also be a week where the window opens up and you're starting to maybe focus a little bit more on something that you've been thinking about or wanting to talk about. And a negotiation can be a business deal, but it can also be a relationship deal. Like we may find ourselves softening up and really talking about our relationship and something that we want to pursue in our relationship. So let's take a look with tarot. Let's look at your energy. Three of Cups. I pulled this. I've been pulling this. I pulled this for myself earlier too. The Three of Cups this week, celebrating, enjoyment. It's just the word enjoyment for me right now. It's like, where can I soften up and make things just a little bit more lighter for myself or for others? Or if I see somebody going through a hard time, maybe I can just, try and bring a smile, or just see how I can support and show love. Now, if you're needing the love and you're needing, the playfulness, this is also a good week where I am seeing that the mood here, it does shift to the right people being around you, and, or calling the people that are always supportive of you. Now, there could be friends coming around, more friends, or a friend coming in. There could be a moment of getting together that you didn't expect, and and, you know, we're deciding to talk about going out or getting together. This is one of those weeks, you know, and it's like, where haven't we been doing this? So that could also be, we need to negotiate. We need to talk about things, you know, we're in a relationship here, or we're talking, but when are we going to get together? When are we going to do this? Because I'm getting sick of all talk, you know, and this is where this communication line comes in. I would say, you know, especially in love, this is coming through. I've been doing this all week. This is retrogrades happening to me where I just channel and before I pull the cards. And it just feels like, you know, this is where we keep the expectations low, right? And not your standards, right? Your expectations of the weather, of the energy, of the what's going on, right? But, and we just, we don't read everything this week as the verdict, as this has got to be it, or this is happening. We just kind of look at the energy like right now it's asking us just to be mindful and be happy and just kind of celebrate and enjoy the moment, rather than harping or holding on to or needing to fix the problems that we have that are going to be there tomorrow. All right, so let's see. Ace of Swords. Communication is obviously the biggest one that's coming through right now. This can even talk about contracts and negotiations as well. So some of you may be dealing with some important, you know, needing to sign something, making sure you just read between the lines and do all that good stuff. All right. But we're also seeing communication is very potent this week, where, you know, we're in retrograde, somebody may want to talk to you, an old fight may come back out, a cycle that just is draining you guys, which is probably going to be the challenge. I'm sorry, I had to pull it out. No. This week, and I'm going to say this and she's going to know who I'm talking about. She even said it herself. She's a Taurus. She's putting the sword down and wants to embrace this new energy, because this is not a week for this heaviness for anybody. Right? There's just a lot. It's time to put it down. It's time to clear it up. It's time to call a truce. You know, yes, there's some challenges that are still going to be there. We're still going to deal with some challenges later. You know, it's not a perfect, it's not saying that this is over, but it's saying that you guys may exhaust yourself this week. You may exhaust a situation, which I don't want to see you guys do. If you're in a situation and we keep adding pressure during an energy like this, it could exhaust it so much that somebody just gives up. And that's not to foretell any kind of hardship for you. It is showing me here that this is something that's been ongoing for quite some time. So sometimes we just gotta put down the hammer, put down the sword, and just, you know, decide to, you know, just bring in the lightness. All right, so your challenges this week is going to be, you know, trying to find a problem to solve, or trying to solve a problem, or keeping yourself busy because you can't let go of a problem that's on your mind, or not being able to rest, not being able to put something down, even though you know that sometimes this is, I know I can't deal with something for a month, but I'm going to worry about it like every single minute until that moment comes. This is that kind of energy. And so you'll end up doing more, being productive, trying to get stuff done, figuring out things to do when there's nothing to do in this moment. Not yet. We're in the fourth quarter moon, which is, we're headed towards a new moon, which is, it's almost like a 12th house energy where things are resting, releasing, recouping, you know, and getting ready for a new cycle. Now in love, I'm seeing the Knight of Cups. You got some love and energy around you and love. And so this is the card that I'm going to reference Aries through Pisces for you. All right. But in love, we're seeing somebody with feelings. Somebody wants to express feelings. Somebody has feelings for you. Somebody wants to see your feelings. Somebody wants to know your feelings. Somebody may show up being a little bit more softer. I mean, you've got, you know, this Venus in Virgo also is very complimentary of, by the end of the week, your energy. And I just feel like Tauruses, you're going to really feel that the people that love you are going to show you, maybe through helping you, carrying some of that weight that you're carrying, trying to carry that weight, that's that love and support around you. All right. And, you may notice that the person that you're with is trying to comfort you or be softer, or they're wanting or needing you to not be afraid to soften up, let down the burdens. They want to enjoy the softer moments, the more quieter moments, the more loving moments, a romantic date, pleasure. Remember, it's like lower expectations and lighter hearted, and this could even be this week, a new person coming into your life that you're communicating with. All right. And this always does bring new romance. But we are seeing in love, like love is trying to grow here. And somebody really who's around you really is meaningful, has real feelings for you. Let's go with that. All right. But if I look at it as a reflection of you, it is showing me that, is it time for you to be a little bit more vulnerable and show those feelings that you have? That's been a theme that's been coming through a lot the last few days. Now in life, I see the 3 of Wands. All right. Keep doing what you're doing when it comes to life. I mean, this is also a lot of communication. You may be talking to some new people in your field around you. You may be kind of pondering, I know something's coming. I want something new to come. But this here is showing me that whatever you're doing in life, whatever you're working on, you're building something. It's coming together. And sometimes we don't always see the next step, or we don't, maybe our next goal is a little bit further away than we want it to be, but it's actually closer than you think. Right? It's just that we see a huge obstacle in front of us to get to the next step. And what this card is saying in life, keep showing up, keep doing what you're doing, especially if you're working on major moves, and your future entails some big thing that you're working towards, or moving or relocating, or you could be relocating. This is showing here that the thoughts of relocating are really hidden. This week could be really about negotiations and contracts. Maybe some of you are putting the focus on that. The Ace of Swords, maybe some of you are sealing the deal, getting ready to move, right? But this is also showing me that maybe some of you are just having the idea and finally figuring out, all right, we need to talk about where exactly we're going, or I see where I want to go. So these things could be dropping in for you, and the fog that we're in, right? And the things that we're focusing on, it looks like that's really where the focus needs to be, not carrying some heavy, exhausting energy that will figure its way out, or it'll come back around. And it'll, if you have a problem that needs to be solved, I'm sure it's going to come up again. But right now it looks like you're being asked to, shed the weight. All right. So the good coming in is a change to your financial status and your difficulties, and your health. All right. So there may be, some change where you're deciding to negotiate or come up with a new plan about your health and your finances and your mindset too. If you've been expecting the worst for something to turn out, it looks like it's going to turn out better than you think. So the good that is coming is that the hardships that you're going through is changing. All right. Things are actually expanding for you, and new contracts coming in, if that's what you've been looking for in your field of work. All right. How others may be showing up this week, and I'm seeing the World card, which really feels nice. It looks like you've got a lot of people kind of around you. Things are coming together. People may be working on a lot of stuff in their own worlds, in their own energy. They have a lot of things going around. There's a lot of closures this week. There's a lot of, finishing things up. So the other people in your life could be finishing something major, a job project, a relationship, being mad about something, so this energy before the new moon does bring closures and release as well. And so we're seeing things come together. So if you've got the right people around you and the people that you want around you right now, it does look like they're all in your energy. And even with the 3 of Wands and the Knight of Cups, it is showing that people here are doing what they're showing up for you, and they're in your energy. they're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. It's like you guys are making it to some sort of point where there's really not much more to do except let things kind of happen before the next step comes in, which would be that Four of Wands. So Aries through Pisces, let's take a look at, I feel like this week to work with this energy before I move on is to rest without guilt, to put something down without knowing what the answer is. All right. People around you are supporting you. You have the World card, how others are showing up, and this is where people will show up and things will come together right when they're meant to. And it feels like, even with this card here, that you don't have to worry about it. Now, Aries, we have these two cards that I'm going to reference. A really good energy here. Aries, the Knight of Wands. All right, so I see very fiery energy with an Aries. If you're connected to an Aries, there's chemistry there, and it could be turning more into love. It could actually even just, there's no denying that I have feelings for you. The Three of Wands is progress. You're making progress. Things are moving forward here with an Aries. Taurus, Six of Cups. Look at the love and support. It does seem like there's another Taurus, but also even the Six of Cups with this energy. It just seems like somebody wants to see you with no expectations, no judgment, no, can you just love me for me? Can you just be with me, and not need anything, but we just need each other's, attention. So I am seeing a beautiful energy here for you and another Taurus. Gemini, this week, maybe it's just not the time to really jump into anything yet. They're showing up as the Five of Cups, which can be, I'm still processing some guilt or pain, and I'm not feeling it just yet. I'm not ready. All right. So, maybe we're not ready to make a decision either. So this is their energy, Five of Cups. They could be feeling bad, regretful, missing you, whatever, but they may not be ready to confront it just yet. Cancer, King of Cups. Cancer doing their thing. This is their season, all right? This is the good energy for them. They're giving off a great energy. It feels like if there's love there, it's growing. You will know it. Cancer won't be shy, all right? So I am seeing maybe a message coming in with a Cancer. Leo, same thing, the Sun card. So Leo is glowing here. It looks like really good energy between you and a Leo. Can't we just, you have obviously a soul connection, friendships, developing, you've been in love or are in love, or maybe need to fall back into love. But we're seeing clarity, growth, and truth coming in with a Leo. Virgo, Ace of Wands. So Virgo extending an offer. It's like, here, let's get things going. So a Virgo may initiate contact with you this week. Libra, the Chariot card. You got a return from a Libra. It's like, maybe even it's better than it was before, because that is always my return, the risen, and this is it, it's like, I've been guided by spirit here, let's go. And so you and Libra may be going somewhere, but the relationship seems to be naturally going somewhere. Scorpio, Queen of Swords. Looks like there is some discernment going on, or there's some communication. They could be holding back a little bit, maybe trying to keep things light with you. Maybe it's about both of you guys kind of keeping things light and just talking and trying to keep the emotions out of it. But I am seeing communication. It looks like we want to talk. There's something, we just get each other. Sagittarius, I see the Queen of Cups. So Sag really feeling you. The relationship could really feel like it's deepening this week. Remember, you got the Knight of Cups and the Three of Wands, which is showing you're making progress regardless, in these situations. I'm not getting you need to stop what you're doing. And that's not the kind of energy you're in right now, right? So we're just looking at how it could be showing up. Now, Capricorn, Two of Wands. You may be going somewhere with a Capricorn, right? You may be making plans, or they're thinking about reaching out and making plans. Aquarius, I have the Tower card. So there could be some devastation, argument, confusion, the truth or something coming up that really is you know, or they're going through a lot right now, which could also be why it might be communication could be an issue with an Aquarius. So just know that some of you are dealing with an Aquarius that is very intense and could lose their shit at any moment. And Pisces, I'm seeing King of Swords. So Pisces showing up also with discernment, like, hey, we need to talk. Let's clear things up or talk, or I'm really interested in you. And but it's without the emotion as much. It's not an emotional conversation. It's more about we need to just talk, right? All right. I love you guys. All right, Gemini, July 6th through July 12th. The world's just spinning too fast. All right, let's see your oracle for the week. And then I'm really going to dive in this week at the energy, main challenge, love and life, and the good stuff come in and how others may show up. Plus Aries through Pisces. Now you have the stepping stones, take the next step, simplicity and focus, which is perfect for this week as well. I mean, keep moving forward. The energy is going to be it's going to be different this week. You know, the beginning, it may seem a little bit like, what the hell is going on here? And then all of a sudden it may clear up and then just feel a little bit more grounded as we get towards the end of the week. Now, we are moving towards a new moon too in Cancer next week, right? So we're in the fourth quarter moon, which can be more about simplicity and integration and release and keeping things kind of as simple as possible this week, bottom line. All right. You're fast kind of energy. You're very much like, you know, boom, boom, boom. And you have Mars on your sign, right? And so this can be one of these weeks where it's like, you could bang your head against a wall, be out of frustration, people driving you crazy. And it's like your mind's so active. And of course, you're very active mind and very precise at times, you know. So you may just have like all the answers and yet you can't do anything with it. All right. You know, it's like people around you could be dealing with this energy a little bit different, and people, you know, being weird. People are being weird right at times right now, right? And somebody may go quiet, and it's just simple. Keep it simple. Don't let your first thought of it's got to be the worst thing, you know, take over. Keep it simple. Remember, come back to the place where people just go nuts right now, right? Or maybe the person is just having a hard time. Now, this energy too can make you restless, and so being productive or finding other things to do is definitely taking those steps to find ways to keep your mind active or keep yourself busy with this energy. So this is going to play out through your reading, and taking the next step is telling you this week, just keep taking steps forward. Just keep put one foot in front of the other. Keep it simple. Don't come up with every possible thing that could be being said, could go wrong. You know, pick an idea and stick with it, you know, and just stay focused. Look at that, Knight of Swords. There's your energy. Boom. That's everything I just said, really, kind of like your mind's quick. And so this week you could be all over the place. Like, no, I'm for certain that this is what I want. And then the next day you're like, what the hell was I thinking? Or I know this is what I need to say, or I feel like this is, you know, I'm right. Or this person said something and all of a sudden you may assume, you know, that why'd they say that? I don't quite understand why people's energies are shifting around me. You know, or all of a sudden you got Uranus and Mars on your sign. Pay attention, be mindful that you think you have plans one minute and all of a sudden, boom, what the hell just happened? I thought there's no reason. What just happened here? Right? It's like, this is really when we say expect the unexpected. This is that kind of energy where people's energies shift, yours does. You'll be tempted to try and figure it out and go after it. And this is where maybe even the person doesn't even know what the hell. And we can cause tension, friction, Mars, conflict. I want to fight. This is defensive energy. And this can be like thinking you need to make some drastic choice about something, because like and some of it really could be coming from you're trying to process too much at once, or you're bored. Like you just need something to figure out. And this energy with Neptune stationing too can bring about this fogginess, right? And so that's like, think of the moon card. You're trying to figure shit out when the moon is, changing things, and people going through cycles and emotions that they can't explain and process them. And you may feel like somebody's, the Seven of Swords, oh my God, they're hiding something, or there's a motive, or, sneakiness. And really it's just the lens. It's just a person trying to figure out what's going on, right? I don't know, I don't have the answers. And here's my little Geminis with that Mars and Uranus, like, I'm going to figure it out. I'm on a mission. And it's just a lot of energy that's distracting you from your real focus. So it's like a bull in a china shop, or a chicken with their head cut off. It's like the sky's falling, trying to fix it while it's falling. It's keep it simple and focus. So here, King of Pentacles, your energy, the King of Pentacles. Stay focused on your business. Stay focused on what brings you comfort. Stay focused on your home. This is being grounded in things that make you feel solid. Gardening, dishes, food, money, working, doing the things that you can show up for every day, that that are consistent, that are there for you. And and just trying to be productive with this energy, finding things to work on and build in this energy, rather than trying to figure out shit that is not going to get you anywhere. It's not providing any kind of fruit later on. Right. So this energy could get wasted. I feel like the Mars and Uranus on your sign is a good chance for you to really, if you focus with it, this could really catapult you into maybe even leveling up and getting a lot of shit done, or building some certain goals that you're trying to build, taking those steps forward. Now, the biggest challenge, I already feel like I've already said, is the Devil card. It came up for Taurus too, or Aries. Look at this, right? So there is the challenge for you this week, right? Is somebody here could really trigger you. People could really trigger you. You may be feeling undervalued. There could be issues with finances. You could overspend. Be careful about impulsivity. Overindulge. All right, this is sloth, gluttony. This is all those things that we kind of hide from other people, that go on, that we could end up doing too much. Temptations, vices, smoking. All these kind of things this week could really be coming up, and and retrograde coming in, that also we're in Mercury retrograde, that brings those feelings back up, and that can also be very triggering too. So you may be feeling undervalued financially in relationships. You may be feeling low self-worth at times, insecure, if this really hits you hard. So in love, I see the Page of Wands. So I am seeing here that you have flirty energy, and it looks like somebody really wants to, get together with you, connect with you. They want this. Now there's a warming up, there's a fun, there's a flirty, there's a, I definitely want this. The only thing I don't want is the devil being if you're dealing with a situationship, or somebody who just is a person for sex, they're still showing up, but that's what's showing up. So this could be where you're feeling undervalued. And I will look at Aries through Pisces with this energy and see what's coming through for them this week as well, because, you know, you could have returns, exes returning with this. And you could have somebody playing games, you know, flirting with you, playing games, trying to trigger you, trying to see how much you want, wanting you to chase them, and you're getting tired of chasing. And this isn't a week for you to be chasing your tail or chasing other people's tails. This is not the week for that. It's the week for letting others to flirt with you, pursue you, want you, and not for you to fall back into your old trap of your old vices. In life, I'm seeing the Six of Pentacles, right? So I am seeing a good payout here and taking the next step and focusing when it comes to life, because what you're putting out, you're going to get back, right? This can be a new contract with somebody, a negotiation with somebody, maybe talking to somebody you guys putting together, maybe in a relationship. If you are starting a relationship, you may be noticing that you're spending, you're sharing the expenses. So there's a lot around money here too. And if you're dating, it does look like somebody's being very generous to you. And so you may be having conversations about, you know, money and planning and putting together and doing things together. All right. So if you do have a contract coming in, or you are negotiating, or some deals, or, you know, putting out a lot of work, remember, one of the things you're dealing with is being devalued. So if you're not feeling valued, you may ask for a raise, you may be talking about it, you may be thinking about it, and you'll know the right time when to ask it. But you could get money back. You could be paying off a debt, or there could be a debt that's just washed away. But I do see a gift. I do see some sort of gift coming in for you when it comes to life, where it brings your life into balance where it may have been out of balance. All right. So things looking good there. Now, the other good stuff coming in for you, I see justice. So you may get finally somebody feeling guilty. You know, you do have karma here, though, the devil and the justice card. So there's actions, there's consequences, but this is the good stuff coming in for you. So the good stuff coming in for you is some of you may have that moment where, hell yeah, I saw it coming, right? Or somebody was feeling really guilty and wants to confess about something. Somebody really wants to make it right with you. And somebody may be recognizing where things are unfair. But what I'm seeing here too is the good stuff coming to you towards you is you may be finally noticing that things become more fair for you. You're getting that pay raise, or you're getting that equality. You're getting that effort from somebody else. So, you know, justice, right? And if you have any enemies or anything like that too, this is where don't ever send a spell. Don't ever do anything negative, because it'll come back, right? You know, in one way or another. But God takes care of that, right? And it looks like, though, you may have one of those moments where you're like, wow, I was really, they got what they deserved. That's all you got. And say, thank you, God, I forgive this person and move on. Right. And this could be a bonus success when it comes to your business too. So how others around you might be acting, and this is important before I get into Aries to Pisces, is you may feel like somebody's drifting away, or somebody is being distant or cold to you, right? And you may question things, you know, and at the same time, you know, somebody may be opening up and telling you about a difficult problem that they're having, and you have the Six of Pentacles. You may be helping a friend. You may be offering support. And, you know, so let something sit. If you see somebody pulling away from you, they could be dealing with a difficult time. You do have the Six of Pentacles. They'll let you know, hopefully by the end of the week, right? And what's going on. So you don't take it personal. Don't let it get to you this week. You know, just notice that the people around you could be dealing with unexpected financial crisis, or something going on with their health. So you'll figure it out, though, in time, right? And we're looking at the week. Now, Aries through Pisces. You know, the Six of Swords for Aries. Now, I'm looking at this. Now, remember, these two cards can be two things for me. Well, several things, but today. somebody that really wants to move forward with you, somebody that's really feeling the lust, feeling the chemistry, feeling the flirt, you know, maybe even fall in love, but don't even know what love is yet. You know, it's like, it's that passion. And they're really wanting to put effort in. They're really wanting to see where things go, right? You got the 6 here, you know, somebody very supportive. But because of this devil over here, the challenge, right, could be this is your friend with benefit. And, you know, there's justice here, you know, could be, you know, finally finding peace with that, or, you know, they're dealing with the consequences. Maybe some of you even shut them up, or they left, and same thing happens to them. Anything can happen. But with an Aries, I'm seeing Aries wants to see where things will go with you guys. Can we keep it simple? This is keep it simple and focus forward. So an Aries is just trying to see where things are going. Let's just let things happen naturally. Taurus, you're having some discrepancy with a Taurus. Maybe you feel like you can't trust them. It's always the same cycle. So a Taurus could be coming back in, but it looks like you just keep going through the same pattern, the same cycle with them, and you don't really know where things are going. Gemini, I'm seeing the Temperance card for you. So this week is about allowing things to naturally show up and also disappear on their own, especially during shifts, or when people start to kind of distance themselves from you or feel like you don't have control. This is showing you have this Temperance energy that right now there's kind of just a pit stop happening here. You know, let things happen, and you know, things will start to pick up towards the end of the week. But with you and another Gemini, wherever you're at, allow things to unfold, because there's still a story happening here. Cancer, Knight of Cups. Cancer's in an awesome energy. It's their season. So if Cancer's in love or Cancer wants this, Cancer's going to come to you. Cancer's going to, it looks like they could be really falling in love with you, and or just know that it feels like they really do have deep feelings for you. Leo, Judgment. Leo could be wanting to make a huge decision. They could be feeling guilty about something and finally confess or decide to make something right. Or they're just feeling a soul calling towards you. They feel the connection. And so maybe coming in to make something right, or to make a decision to see where this relationship goes. Virgo, 8 of Wands, right? So Virgo's got some good energy coming towards you. You know, you may be finding that conversation seems easy. We're speaking the truth. We're talking. We got incoming calls, incoming invites, incoming, you know, invitations to go somewhere. Now, there can be some heat that comes with this. So, you know, sometimes we say things too fast, or things get out of hand, especially with this energy if you're triggered by a Virgo. So just know that you guys, things could really get tense between the two of you. Libra, 10 of Swords. You may be moving on from a Libra, just kind of holding space for a Libra, because if they're going through a difficult time, it is still showing here that they just can't see yet clearly. All right, they don't know what they want yet, so they're still trying to pick themselves back up. Scorpio, Queen of Cups, Scorpio in their feels. All right, so Scorpio definitely cares about you. If they pull away a little bit, just know they're processing something deeper. This could be their feelings towards you. They're still in your energy, and there's your feelings this week could be deepening for each other. Sagittarius, Ace of Pentacles. So you got an offer from a Sagittarius, whether new or past, it doesn't matter. But I'm seeing the Ace of Pentacles. It's like there's a doorway open in here for you guys to see where things go. Same with a Capricorn, Ace of Wands. So you're getting physical offers here from Sag and Cap. Aquarius coming up with the Tower card. So Aquarius must be, you know, there could be a lot happening that could surprise you with an Aquarius. A lot of this energy is, you know, you might say something, they might say something that shocks you. They may pull away. It may feel like you guys are breaking up. You may feel like things are getting hot, things are getting crazy, who knows. But this is why this week might be like, all right, if this is getting out of hand, I need to give it space. Pisces, Page of Pentacles. So you have a Pisces. If you're talking, you're continuing to talk to each other and get to know each other. If they're moving slow, they're continuing to move slow, and they're still staying at this, I just want to take it slow, day by day energy. I love you guys. Happy birthday, Cancer. We are looking at July 6th through July 12th. So let's take a look at the oracle for the week, and then I'm going to look at the energy, your main challenge, love, Aries to Pisces, life, and the good coming in and how others may be showing up. The sanctuary, fire energy here, harmony, balance, joy, and contentment. So this is where, you know, even during other things might be going on around you this week, maybe around, you know, just everyday grind, work, getting out there, going. This shows me here keeping yourself at peace throughout the rockiness this week. So there could be some things not settling in with people around you. You might be feeling chaos, or, you know, this is your birthday season. And so you're going through some sort of renewal here, and keeping people in situations at arm's length this week, you know, not saying I'm dismissing or I'm pushing everybody away, or I'm being cold, or I'm being a hermit. This is not asking you to do that at all. This is just finding your own peace and harmony and contentment during crises or upheavals that might be happening with situations around you. Now, and I'm feeling this is more your outside world. This is where people around you may not be, you know, just clicking. I mean, we have Mercury retrograde. We have stations happening this week, you know, with Neptune, and, you know, and it's like your emotions and your inner world could be shaped by how others are making you feel. Right. And people may not have complete control or sense of their own situations, and where you're always trying to pick up or nurture or care for other people, you could, you know, find yourself getting pulled into situations that are they're just not, I mean, unless you're looking for something to entertain you, it's not one of these. This week is a week for you to celebrate yourself and to find all the peace and contentment that you can in your own little world, while you're still trying to walk through some of the problems or the situations that you deal with on an everyday basis. Now, this is telling me that this week there is a place for contentment. There is a place for joy. This is a time to, maybe if we can't solve certain things, let's find other ways to bring that that feeling in. And I'm seeing the devil here at the bottom of the deck. So this makes sense. I mean, it just seems like there could be a lot of people pulling, a lot of energies trying to pull at you, a lot of old feelings trying to come back. Things could get definitely foggy, and, you know, the next step, you know, you can't really see, you know, and it's like, so the anxiety, the panic, the worry, the devil can bring devils back into your life. You know, we're looking at, you know, past situations, past people happening, you know, coming back in. We have things happening behind the scenes that are being said privately, and you're picking up on a lot of these things, or you're waiting for, you know, a response. You're waiting for the answer to something to do with your career, and you're not getting it yet. And, you know, remember, retrograde does delay a lot of things. So these things that are happening, the tensions, could really create a lot of anxiety, and you can tend to be pulled to want to do the things that tempt you, right? So you may be pulled to answer that phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning, that text, or you may be pulled to engage in some argument because you might be right about something. You may be wanting to go for that drink, that extra drink, that food, that escapism, you know, trying to comfort yourself, because stress is just stressing you out. People are stressing you out. And so we have a reason or an excuse to try and to do these things, right? And so that the devil is, you know, trying to pop his head in this week. All right, now we have the 7 of Cups for your energy. So much going on, so much to do. You may find yourself thinking about other options or opening up a door. And so choose wisely this week, right? Because this is the energy. This is the fog that I'm seeing. This is that it's that dreamland, that escapism, that going off into fantasy land again. And you know, wondering if something could happen, wondering if this time it will be better, wondering if, you know, this time if I make this choice, that the outcome will be different. All right. Those are the kind of conversations that could be happening this week. You know, but what if I tried something different? What if I do it this way? And there's always the snake in here. There's always the temptation in there to open that doorway again that only brings in trouble, right? And you know, what if I just have that one more drink? What if I just, you know, it brings in trouble? Who do you end up texting? Who do you know? You could end up waking up the next day and realizing you told your boss off, you know, shit like that, or you told an employee off, right? And now there's options though trying to show themselves to you this week as well too, with the 7 of Cups. It is the sanctuary. What brings you joy? Don't be opening doors this week that bring headaches in, that just add more stress to you. This is a week to do things that bring pleasure to you and balance to your life, right? So you may be finding yourself kind of cloudy at the beginning of the week and wondering about, did I make the right choice? Because we can also start to think, did I make the right choice ending it with this person? Did I make the right choice telling, you know, my coworker, you know, that they were doing a shitty job? Did I make the right choice, you know, to tell my friend that their person was, you know, seen with somebody else? Or, you know, you could be second guessing a lot of things this week. Did I make the right choice? Am I making the right choice? And you could also be worried about certain things that you've already chose to do, or something that may have came up a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and you're still wondering whether or not you made the right choice, or it's pondering on you something that's happening, and now you're starting to see, you know, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. And this is not the week to try and figure these kind of things out, right? It's like we need to let things kind of dissipate and show itself to us before we make any major decisions. Now, this is a good energy to really fantasize about what is good for you. What are the things that you really want? And if things are blurry, you know, this isn't saying that the choice isn't there, the person's not there, or the person on your mind doesn't have, you know, a reason to be there. But is this the right time to, and the right reasons to make a choice, or to call them, or to do something, if you're not 100% clear? Now, the biggest challenge is the 6 of Swords, which can be stuck in overanalyzing a situation this week, right? Things just not making sense. And, you know, and it's like, can I let something go? So this is going to be big for you this week. The challenge is maybe letting uncertainties go, maybe letting disagreements go. Can you not have the final word? That's going to be a big one for some of you that like to have the final word this week, you know. And you can see the challenge is not being able to make a decision. So some of you really could be struggling with decision making. You know, it's like, I don't know which direction I should go in. So the challenge is, can you just let something be and see which direction God is leading you in, or which direction your own spirit is really guiding you towards, if you didn't do anything and just kind of let the energy just flow? Because this will pass quickly. By the end of the week, it seems like whatever is on your mind or whatever you're uncertain about will clear itself up, but you trust in that you are going into the choice, or the decision, or the path that you're following may not be one that you even see clear yet. And so you won't choose the path that maybe you're being directed to go on if you don't even know it exists, right? So the challenge for you this week is going to be not trying to fix everybody's problems, not trying to fix a problem that just doesn't have a solution just yet, and just taking what seems best, and getting caught in gossip or drama with other people, maybe even at work, or, you know, maybe there is some talk going on around, how can I just keep my mind from it? How can I just kind of stand, you know, and observe for a little bit? And, you know, also, some of you, we do have to make decisions every day. You can't avoid. Some things are just unavoidable. So it may be difficult for you this week to make or trust your decisions on certain things. So, you know, phone a friend, or really sit with it and, you know, this is trust in your internal guidance too, that, you know, sometimes the decision, the right decision to make is the hardest one to make, right? It's just, it's unknown. You don't know where it's going to take you. Now in love, I'm seeing 2 of Cups. So we are seeing love continues to grow between you and the people that you love. All right. First and foremost, the 2 of Cups, right? It's all about communication, connection, and talking. So those of you that are having minor, you know, or maybe major, I can't say, you know, conflicts with a partner, it just seems like we're miscommunicating at times. Because remember, the challenge can be, you know, the 6 of Swords in reverse, which is always going back to go around in circles, or always trying to have the last word, or trying to figure or fix something too soon, right? When we're not even sure what we really even want. If you don't know what you truly want, you just want comfort, right? But it's not really what you're really looking for. You just want things to be settled. You know, that's going to keep this problem's going to keep coming up in communication with somebody in love. Now, this is talking to somebody this week. So some of you who are single, you know, may find yourself noticing that your conversation with somebody that you talk to seems to be different, takes on a different vibe. You know, you're like, wow, I'm feeling something. Maybe we have an emotional connection. That doesn't mean that they're your soulmate. All right. Remember, you're in the 7 of Cups energy. You can easily start questioning everything everybody says. And so you could easily read into, especially if you're having a hard time with somebody, you can easily misread something they're saying too, and get in your head too much, right? So staying present with communication this week, trying not to read into things, and understand that other people are also going through some uncertainties too, and maybe struggling with communicating their feelings, right? I know that's something I've been struggling with, but I've been really sensitive, and I've been really wanting to, you know, communicate my feelings, right? So somebody may be struggling to try and tell you how they really feel in a good way, all right, this week. So we'll look at Aries through Pisces and see what's going on. I'm going to take all this into consideration. Now, in life in general, I'm seeing the 8 of Pentacles. I'm seeing stay in your lane, especially when it comes to work. You seem to be on the top of your game. And, you know, with everything else going on, maybe you're questioning your future. Maybe you're at the top of your game already and you're getting bored. You just do the same thing every day, but you're very good at it and you're very successful here. So work is successful. There could be a new job for some of you coming in. This is also saying just keep doing what you're doing, because you're going to succeed. Right. But it can say to mind your business, stay in your own lane, especially if at work communication is off, or you feel like a lot of people are just trying to have the upper hand, or there's a lot of noise, monotony, you know, everybody has a say, everybody has an opinion, people disagreeing. You may find that it's easier to just sometimes avoid conflict, you know, if you can. Now, sometimes like you can't, right? So just remember to stay grounded and realize that you could be dealing with a lot of people being very opinionated, right? Or confused, or just seems like people can't make sense, or people can't solve their own problems, right? So those are going to be some of the things to watch out for in life right now. And, you know, something may come up, and if you're holding back anything, especially from anybody this week, this is coming through too. If you have any resentment that's building up, just be mindful that if you're avoiding it, it will come out one way or another. All right. So it's going to be how do we talk about something and be able to make it work without saying something that we regret. So what's the good stuff coming? And I'm seeing the 7 of Swords, right? So this is good. This is good. Some of you going, oh, 7 of Swords. But the 7 of Swords is seeing clearly the red flags, right? So, and being able to speak your truth, and finally a confession or a truth. So if something is going on, if you're having a hard time, if you're thinking somebody's saying something behind your back, or you're thinking somebody's, you know, thinking about you and not saying everything, or being 100% transparent for you, you can see that you're getting to that resolution, and you will hear from something, or from someone, or from your past, or you'll hear from somebody that you're working with, or something that's going on that's being hidden from you. You will get that truth, right? Now, this is also the good stuff coming is Finally, something is going to be revealed in a relationship that you no longer have to tiptoe around. So whether it's your voice, their voice, the goodness of this is that the truth is coming out and we now can move on from it. All right. We can now establish that, what the truth really was. And maybe it is about feelings when we see this. Now, how others might be showing up this week, I see complaining. All right. So 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Swords. You got a lot of people around you bitching and complaining about their problems. All right. And this is where you can't fix everybody's problems. This is where sometimes you just got to stay in your own lane. A lot of people dealing with some difficult times. You might even be dealing with people that are dealing with some financial issues. Again, you can't fix everybody's problems. All right. Some people may be complaining about their health, complaining. I'm sorry. All right. But that's what I'm seeing here. And we can get caught in this mindset. And a lot of people are having to do some reviews of their own to where they've got to fix their own problems. They got to deal with their own problems, right? So your job this week is to find contentment and happiness and peace throughout all this. All right. Now, I do see, when I say you can't fix other people's problems, that's what I felt bad for. You don't want to ignore everybody that you care about too. But I can see that maybe by the end of the week here too, maybe there is something, people are coming to you for their problems. Maybe you can fix some people's problems, right? Maybe you are the one they're coming to. And maybe that also is in this too. I tend to be like, run from it. I don't want to deal with it, right? But I'm looking at maybe you are the only one and you have somebody coming towards you this week that is asking you for some help. All right. You are somebody that somebody relies on, or somebody could be missing you and wanting to ask you for help, but doesn't know how to ask. All right. So let's see Aries through Pisces. Now, with all this said, let's go back to what I was saying up here. Now, it looks like a conversation this week with somebody on your mind, right? It looks like, where can we compromise? Where can we talk? Where can we resolve some sort of conflict, right? But, and I'm seeing here, maybe by the end of the week, it'd probably be better to have this conversation, but let's see Aries, 8 of Cups. Now, here's where things might get difficult because the 8 of Cups is coming in for an Aries and we have the 7 of Cups. I mean, you may choose, it's hard, there's feelings there, but you may choose to have a discussion about, you both are kind of feeling like things are over. Things, maybe we should take some space, or there's just, it's not fulfilling you enough with an Aries here. There's something there, but it just seems like you can't seem to get them to stick around or stay around, or there's always something that pulls them away. Taurus, I see the Emperor card. So it looks like you and Taurus making peace this week if you had some sort of conflict. But I'm also seeing too, working on making it work. All right. So you guys are trying to make it work. Gemini, 2 of Swords, there's a lot of, you both are torn. You both are indifferent. You both know there's something, but you also know, your hearts are in it, but your mind might be telling you something different. So again, this week could be just about talking and, maybe not making an important decision just yet about the connection. Cancer, you have the 8 of Swords. And so, this week here, the 8 of Swords can be, you're in your head and you're just trying you don't know what to do. Don't try to figure it out. The 7 of Cups and the 8 of Swords. But also for some of you, if it's another Cancer, I mean, what are you trying to figure out? You already know the answer. All right. It just doesn't seem like it's giving you any peace or rest or joy with another Cancer, and you keep giving it and trying, but it's hard to let go. So that energy is still there for you and another Cancer. Leo, 10 of Cups. It looks like coming together. Things are coming together. You may even talk or have a conversation that you didn't even see coming when it comes to a Leo. Hey, yay, we're looking for some peace this week with a Leo. You could have that. Virgo, the Moon card, very emotional and time with a Virgo. So things are really kind of up in the air and causing a lot of fogginess when it comes to you and a Virgo. I would sleep on it. That's what I get. I would sleep on it because there's feelings there, but both of you may be still trying to figure out what you're really feeling. I mean, is it just something that would feel good, or is it something that you really do see potential with in the future? Libra, Knight of Swords. So a lot of conversation. Be mindful. This conversation can go in all different places. You could be talking about all kinds of good stuff and then all of a sudden get derailed. But we're seeing communication and we're seeing intentional and conversation about, what do you really want? What do we want here? Do we want this? And so things could move kind of fast here with you and a Libra. Scorpio, the Magician. All right, you guys feeling the same way? You guys making it work? You guys feel like something's going on, something's good? A Scorpio may surprise you with action this week, making it happen. Sagittarius, flirting. So this week a Sagittarius could be popping back in to say hello, or if you're already talking to them, it looks like they want this, they want you, but it's a Page of Wands energy. So remember that this is very fun. I want to be fun. I want to have a good time. I want to try something new. Capricorn, I'm seeing the Lovers card. So it looks like the heart's bringing you guys together. You both desire this. You both are actually in la la land, right? Trying to figure out. So you could both be falling in love this week or just deepening your connection. Aquarius, feeling good. Aquarius in their feelings. You may notice that they're softening up this week, being very, maybe a little bit emotional with you, being sensitive. Pisces, I'm seeing Page of Pentacles. So wants to make amends or wants to get to know you, right? They're interested. So I love you, Cancer. Happy birthday. All right, Leo, July 6th through July 12th. Let's get an oracle for you. And then look at the energy, the main challenge and love, Aries through Pisces and life, the good stuff coming and how others might be showing up. Let's see. The Holy Mountain, Soul Calling, Soul Sacred Journey and Pilgrimage. The Holy Mountain and the Soul Calling, I just seen the Judgment card, fire energy, transmuting and stepping up from the darkness, right? It's like been walking around, trudging around and dealing with every day, being pulled into, this energy from whether social media, whether from life in general, other people's problems, your problems. You can get called down and staying so grounded in everything that's going on, all your circumstances that are going on right now. And this here card is calling you to rise up and find the light some way. Pull out of this mess for a little bit. Take a step back for a second. So, maybe you can take a look and see where you are really at and if this is really where you want to be. And, sometimes this can be, the sacred journey, this pilgrimage. Obviously, not all of us are going to go walk to the Himalayan, go to the Himalayan mountains or anything like that. And, a lot of us can't leave our kids behind and go and find peace somewhere, right? But it is asking you to take a break this week and take a step back and really, come up from the, come up and get a breath of fresh air and just take a look and see if the decisions you are making and the things you are doing today really are in alignment with what your truth is, or is there something else calling you? Are you really wanting something else? You're feeling something, this burning desire inside, but you can't quite pin it because you keep getting lost in the everyday circumstances. So this week could be about taking a look at yourself, and you're getting ready to have this, this good year, this big year when it comes to expansion, right? With Jupiter in your sign, but also Jupiter in your sign is the lessons too, and it's going to expand and enhance and bring up things that that you're burying, or things that, come on, what's time? Why am I still dilly-dallying around with this, right? So a lot of things are going to be exposed. So it's like a glow up for you, but at the same time, Jupiter can teach some lessons if we're not wanting to follow our truth, right? If we know that we've been living a lie or following something that our heart's not in it. Those things will expand so that you can have this ultimate, where am I going and what's my purpose type of energy. All right. So let's look at the energy of the week. You may be finding yourself retreating a little bit this week. You may be finding yourself just questioning everybody, all right? So be mindful when you catch yourself just kind of going off in these little spaces, you know, and questioning things. Ooh. So this card just flew out as I was trying to shuffle, and I'm seeing the Wheel of Fortune. So you've got, this is you. This is you, the center of your world, and this is you, things orbiting around you. This is your life right now. What do you have orbiting around you? Do you have some trash kind of hanging out there that, it's like, how did you get in my orbit? Or, do I need to clean out all these things? But also this is a moment too of letting things be, and things are coming together for you, right? But you're completing something. You've already gotten to this place in your life where, the people, the places, the things have already did its purpose. And now what's next for me? I'm ready to expand. I'm ready to reach out for something more. This can't all be just it, right? That kind of energy. Now, the Wheel of Fortune is here, which is, this is like a fated moment for you. So something could be coming back around this week that you may have looked over before. You may have just not thought it fit, or maybe at one point in your life you didn't think it was right for you, or maybe you just didn't think you were good enough for something in some cases, right? So there could be something coming around that's redirecting your life, that's changing the direction. The compass is changing, but this is also you internally. You may be feeling something that you're destined for something else. So there's a lot of destined energy circulating this week, which is going back to what I was just saying about, if you're not on your right path, you are definitely going to feel it and question it. So here's the Hermit card. Now, it's funny because I was going to say here when I saw the Holy Mountain, and I was like, this sounds like the Judgment card. I also saw the Hermit card, which is also a sacred journey. And so there's the Hermit card. Now, the Hermit card isn't asking you to go full-blown hermit mode. It's not asking you to disengage from your, life, especially if you got a lot going on. But in the moments where, you can withdraw a little bit to figure yourself out, there's going to be a lot of processing this week. So be mindful to give yourself that space and time to process. You may be getting some downloads of what's real, what your purpose is. Now, the energy this week is the 10 of Cups, so I can see a lot going on. This is where family, friends, home life, enjoying what you got, maybe taking a look at what you got. Maybe you're feeling complete. Maybe you wanted to add something new. Maybe you're focusing on your future more. Like, where's this going? You may be having a conversation with somebody this week about, what does our life look like? Do we want to move? Do we want to, go on a vacation? Do we want to talk about a family life together? So it's getting together and feeling loved and supported. So there is a blessing coming up this week around your family life too. Now, some of you could be just wanting to spend time with family this week and really just enjoying the sacredness of what you have built so far. So some good moments coming in here of those of you that feel like you are on your purpose, right? Just needing a little bit of time to really take a step back and look at all that you've created, and looking at this as success, that World card. You have been very successful. So if some of you are being called in a new direction, maybe you've had a big move in your life, a divorce, a job ending, a career, a new path, you're starting something new. This is looking at, you've done what you needed to do, and so you've succeeded, and now it is okay. It's like God saying here, it's okay for you to decide to go on a new path. You're not stuck in one path your whole entire life, and this one path you're on is not defining you. There's more experiences for you to have. And so you may be experiencing even a relationship starting to form or develop this week. Your biggest challenge is the Knight of Pentacles. All right. So you may be trying to force things, right? Because this is the bigger picture. and working, being very cautious, being, overworking to a point sometimes. So this week, be mindful of, getting overwhelmed or feeling distracted or feeling like if you work more, keep working, you might get there quicker. If this is your bigger picture, if you're feeling like this is what I want, this is what I'm going after, this is what I need. So in the meantime, are you doing too much, right? Are you wearing yourself out, or are you not getting started towards your goals because you're trying to be there too quickly and you get overwhelmed that you don't even get started? All right, so there is a lot here. Your biggest challenge could be burnt out. It could be over criticizing yourself or thinking you're not good enough to do something that you want to do, right? Or it could be procrastination and over analyzing everything that could go wrong. So life might be getting to you as well too. So this week it could just feel like all it is work and draining and preparing and when you get into that mindset and you're just working, but you're not taking a step back to see if you really are working towards what your true soul calling is. This is where I feel this review coming in. It's like, what am I putting this work in for? What is this getting me? So even with your relationships, why are you putting this so much work into something? Take a step back and say, is this going to bring me what I really want? In the bigger picture. Now for love, I'm seeing the Page of Pentacles. So this, I will do Aries to Pisces and I will reference all this, right? But I'm seeing the Page of Pentacles for love. Now love is leaving your sign. Venus is leaving your sign and going into Virgo at the end. So if you have been connecting with somebody that that you met during Venus in Leo, right, could be a good time. Some of you could be really talking to somebody and you're making plans. Now if this is going to be long term this week and you are feeling worn out, like you're doing all the work or you're putting so much work into it, and at this point, by the end of the week, the Page of Pentacles will say, this is something of value. Virgo energy. It'll be like, all right, now we're ready for the next step. So things will really start to ground in if you just met somebody or you reconciled with somebody. All right, this is saying we need to make it serious. We need to talk. We need to make amends. We need to figure out what the plan is for the future. If you're dealing with somebody who is so friggin' slow and breadcrumbing you or not really putting in the effort and you're doing all the work and it's wearing you out, by the end of the week, you'll know that you just can't fake this. You just can't, all the fantasy comes to a halt. If somebody was saying to you with Venus and Leo all these pretty words and all these how good you look and how yummy you are and you're amazing, and that's Venus and Leo, and then all of a sudden Venus and Virgo, it goes, this is Virgo energy. All right, show me the money. All right, pick up the tab. Invest a little more. Let's go. And if that's where the brakes start to go on, that's when the red flag comes up. You're pretty, but so be mindful. We'll look at Aries through Pisces and see what's really going on here. Who's performing and who's really ready to invest. All right, because this is what's on your mind right now, and you are really being asked to come on, Leo, take a step back. All right, so let's see life in general. Queen of Swords, right? Are you just thinking too much about life, over analyzing too much about life, becoming I don't know, it's success success. All right, maybe you need a little bit more discernment in life. Maybe there's a Queen of Swords in your life that you need to talk to. All right, you know, there is some disgruntledness in this too. Judgment, maybe you're making judgments or you're comparing yourself to others. All right, stop it. Right, that's what I see for that in life. Now in life too, though, this is achievement and success, because the Queen of Swords is, she'll make the right decisions on the best days, right? She just knows what to do, what to say. But, you know, be mindful of overthinking everything and trying to decide everything in one day. You know, it's like and look at things, look at the bigger picture too. And this is where in life too, this is discernment. This is what I'm farting around with. Is this really getting me? Because she ain't going to mess around. She's going to be pretty much, you know, cold bitch. Sorry. Hey, you know, where do you have to, one, maybe soften up, you know, if you're being too cold and you're on your point, you got some things, right? You know, sometimes she does have to soften up a little bit, you know, but at the same time, where do you not need to soften up and say, I need to cut out anything that's not of value? All right, so the good coming in your life, look at this, the Sun card. Your season's coming up. Your season is a good time for me because it's in my resting house, right? And it's in my enjoy the sun and sunbathe. But you've got this expansion. You got this luck is real and is starting for you. The luck is real and it's starting for you. Now, I'm not going to be like, oh, Jupiter is going. I fell down that trap a long time ago. Right? It was like, oh, Jupiter's going to be the big house of Santa Claus coming in and big gifts. And then you get, you know, big friggin' bag of coals dumped on your head, you know, and you're like, what's this? I thought Santa brought gifts, but Santa brings coals too. Right. And so this is where, though, I am saying, though, the luck is changing around you. All right. You know, money growing, growth, healing. Some of you could be on a real strong healing journey. You're seeing being able to fully express yourself. And this is, you're going to fully feel like you can express yourself and like everything is revolving around you when Leo is at their full expression. If you're being bogged down by bullshit, you're not going to be, you know, it's going to be like the sun's out, you see it, but there's all kinds of clouds in front of it and it feels hazy all day long. That's a Leo who has too many, you know, garbage orbiting in your orbit field. You know, you got to transmute that energy. So this week, maybe watch for opportunities, watch for things trying to show up, watch for clarity. Who is actually worth your energy? What's worth your energy? Because the sun brings the ultimate clarity. You know, you may just have a bomb drop, you know, in your mind, you know, like, whoa, all right, I see clearly. I can see clearly now. All right, so how are others showing up? And I see the Fool card. So this is a good, but also it can be bullshit as well too. Because you have a lot of people around you. For some of you may be like, I'm by myself, right? But people in general, for some of you, that would follow your lead. You have an audience, you have leadership, you have light, you have Leo energy. You know, you got people here that would be like a puppy dog for you. Like, where you going, Leo? I'm following you. You got loyal people around you. You've got some new people that could be very loyal around you, other people. But the thing about the Fool card too is you could have fools around you that are just like, okay, whatever you say, I'm just here for the ride. And if something better comes around, you know, I'm going to go that way. And, you know, or you just got a bunch of fools that have no direction and you're leading a pack of no directioners. And that can be a waste of your energy and a waste of your life. So I am seeing here, be mindful of the kind of fools you have around you. You can have fools that can be awesome accomplices. You know, it's like, hey, I'm with you, buddy. And you can have fools that bring you down. Now, let's look at Aries through Pisces. All right. So we are looking at discernment here for you, which is a common thread in my channel. Aries, 3 of Swords. What's going on with an Aries? All right. You know, are they just breaking your heart? Does it seem like every time you try to do something, it doesn't turn in your favor? They could be still processing a breakup or a breakup with you, or processing something that hurts, or they have a broken heart and you can't fix them. Give it space depending on what kind of relationship you're in. You know, if they're meant to be there, they'll be there, but you can't fix other people. Now they are sad, they're upset about something, and so I can see a separation between the two of you. You know, maybe you're giving each other a little time. Now, same thing with a Taurus. You could be deciding that this is going nowhere. Maybe they just don't see it going anywhere, or maybe they're not ready. They're not healed. They're not ready from a situation that just happened. Gemini, the devil. Wow, look at these cards coming in. So this is what you got orbiting around you. Time for a little soul searching there, Leo. All right, you got the devil for Gemini. All right, it can be an intense relationship, but one where you really do have to step back and say, you know, is this holding me back, or is this going to bring, you know, me to my goals? You know, or is there just an addiction or something that needs to be talked about, that needs to be faced, that needs to be, or a pattern that we need to discuss in order for this to work out? Cancer, 5 of Wands, too much competition, jealousy, tension with you and a Cancer, or forcing things to happen. And now this card here says if we can get to the root of the problem and compromise with the Page of Pentacles. But remember, the Page is here in the lover situation. So you're getting very little from the first, or you're getting broken promises from the first. And the 5 of Wands, it just seems like we can't seem to compromise when it comes to a Cancer. You know, it's like either you need them to put more effort in, and you know, and this is where, you know, you got to throw the towel in or pick your battles. Leo, the Lovers card. So this to me tells me that, you know, you are being directed to look at, you know, is it what you want? Is it desire taking over? But is it going to lead you to long term? So you might be looking at the moment and being like, this is intense. This is great. This is very, this is what my heart wants. But our hearts deceive us. So you really got to look at logic when it comes to love this week, not your desires, your heart, you know, not your ego. You got to look at it logically through the lens of the Queen of Swords here. So there could be a conversation here with you and a Leo. Virgo, we have the 9 of Swords. So there's, you know, something we need to get off our chest, whether this is just too much, or, you know, this is stressing me out, or I'm under too much stress and I can't do this right now, or we've just done this so many times, I just don't know if we can forgive each other. Now, there is a chance for forgiveness here, but whether or not you can you let something go, is the question. Libra, the Chariot card. So it looks like you and Libra look like you're pretty focused and determined on getting together, or Libra could be returning and really wanting to make things work. It looks pretty positive here this week. Things could really start to pick up between you and a Libra. Scorpio, over, death card. Looks like done, changed. You know, sometimes we know you can't undo something and it's time to move on, right? So it looks like you could be possibly dealing with an ending, and this means, you know, there was a purpose, there was meaning, there was something for it, but now it's time to grow into something more. Sagittarius, Page of Wands, so Sag wanting to play. So it looks like you and Sag here, there's that Fool energy. So with Sag, if it's meant, it looks like you'll start to see it progress into maybe even the Page. We're going to ground in on this. We're going to really talk serious here. Capricorn, falling in love with you. All right. So there is a lot of emotion here with a Capricorn. So regardless of where you're at, you know, if we need to take it slow, or if we need to really just talk about things, or just let things happen naturally, it does look like naturally a Capricorn is just falling for you. Aquarius is feeling pulled to go their own way, and they're not that interested at the moment. They need to figure themselves out. So if you're trying to push or do all the work here, it looks like Aquarius here is out the door. Pisces, the Magician card. So we can make it work. We both are feeling a pull towards each other. So, you know, getting to know each other, talking or taking it slow, and making sure we're communicating what we really want with a Pisces, because it does look like there is something clicking there between the two of you. I love you guys. All right, Virgo, July 6th through July 12th. Let's get an oracle for the week and then dive into the energy, the main challenge, and what to watch for in love and life. Aries through Pisces. I'm going to look at the good stuff coming too and how other people are showing up. So you have the sanctuary, harmony, and balance, joy, and contentment as well too. I feel, did Cancer have this? I think Cancer had this. So some of you could be connected to a Cancer, but also we're in Cancer season, and Cancer season is about coming back home, and it's a softer energy and enjoyment and comforts of the people who love you. Now, Venus is going into your sign by the end of the week, so this is going to enhance your relationships and also make you more of a magnet when it comes to the way you look, the way you attract people, the way you attract money. So this could be a really good placements. I mean, really good week for you. When it comes to even feeling like there's some joy and feeling content this week. Now, also be mindful that there's a lot going on this week that can bring up some confusion too with other people and situations that are going on. Other people may be dealing with situations, and you really have to try to find ways to bring the light, bring the love, but also not let it affect you. And maybe even sometimes finding ways to find your own peace and enjoyment when things get too out of hand. So let's take a look at the tarot and see how all this plays out for you. Maybe now my Virgos are kind of sitting in a nice energy. All right. So 7 of Wands are at the bottom of the deck. Right. Holding back sometimes when you need to hold back, and asserting yourself when you need to assert yourself. All right. And so this week, there's a week of boundaries. There's a week of, some people could be very defensive, or, you may be feeling like you can't even say something or do something. And then all of a sudden, boom, your words just land or hit with people. Right. And, this is where this week's going to have two kind of different energies, and so by the end of the week, when we come into Venus and Virgo, you may be feeling more grounded, and that's a grounded energy where sometimes you just have to kind of put the wall up and say, hey, or defend yourself, right? And if people are, saying things or doing something or need to do something or owe you something or are not showing up, this is where you can call them out from a very grounded energy. But also, this is where if there's a bunch of circuses going on, or you're trying to, engage with somebody and that they're very intense or very defensive, this is going to be where you got to test the waters this week and decide if this is too hard, or if this person is really going to hear you, or if somebody, is really respecting your boundaries this week. There's going to be all kinds of people. So the energy is the 5 of Swords. So to me, it's like you can't fix other people's problems. You can't worry about things that are out of your control. This is, this is the week too where retrograde, right? Retrograde brings back a lot of old issues, can bring back old conversations, can bring back, old questions, old motives, questioning everything, questioning your life, questioning, something somebody said, reading into something, replaying things. And it's really going to trigger your feelings being in Cancer. So it could really be easy to land a word or say something, and all of a sudden you're feeling very emotional over it, right? So the 5 of Swords this week is not trying to figure everything out at once, or not trying to figure out every motive of everybody, or figure out what everybody's really thinking, because most of them probably don't even know what the hell right now. And you might be trying to figure out, or try and read between the lines this week, and it's going to be very hard to do. Your biggest challenge here is not feeling like somebody's avoiding you, not feeling like somebody doesn't want you, not feeling like somebody's not interested in you, not feeling like, and this is the beginning of the week, not feeling undesirable, getting stuck in a rut, feeling ignored, feeling bored, feeling a bruised ego, or getting very nostalgic and questioning everything. And this to me screams Mercury in retrograde and Cancer, right? It's like, I'm going to think about everything that can possibly make me feel like shit. Right? I'm going to dig up everything, or I'm going to try and figure everything. Now, this can also be some of you really pushing at trying to get through to somebody who's giving you mixed messages, right? And this week too, this is where it's going to be. Put a bubble around you and be like, I'm not going to engage in any kind of conversation with somebody who has to get the final word or is not being completely clear with me. Right. I'm not trying, you won't be able to tell how deep or how somebody truly feels maybe this week at the beginning. All right. And you're going to maybe have to find some sort of contentment in not knowing. Because somebody in your life or people in your life could be dealing with so many other things that it's easy for you to think it's about you, because you're analyzing everything. So that's going to be your biggest challenge, and also not getting in your head if you're bored. All right. You know, where's the line here? Where can I not aggravate a situation when I don't even know clearly what's really going on? And this is the 7 of Wands too. This kind of energy can trigger you and can make you respond out of aggression. It can make you do something irrational or say something irrational because of this energy. So it's going to be your biggest challenge behind. So you are being asked to really find some sort of being content with the way things are right now is the message. Now in love, I see the Star card. All right. So you may be dealing with some turmoil or going through some processes that you don't understand just yet in your relationships, right? And you're trying to figure things out. And this isn't telling you to you know, just wait for rainy days to clear up, or hope, or don't lose faith, right? Some of you, if you're dealing with people that you've been dealing with for a long time and you can't figure it out, I mean, there's a reason, you know, that you can't figure out confusion. They don't want to understand you. They don't want to know. They don't really care. And that's the hard truth, right? And so we're constantly hoping or trying to build a future off of potential because, you know, you can see something in something, right? So be mindful that you could be dealing with some of that this week, or exes returning and making you question everything. And so then you're starting to think again, oh, there's hope for us. There's beauty for us, right? And, you know, maybe nobody can tell you it's not, but you don't want to go investing all into it, and especially in a retrograde, in hopes that it's changed, right? So you really just got to kind of give it to God and see where it goes, see how it plays out. But in love in general, though, it does show here that you are learning how to work with the person that you're with, and not everything is going to be perfect. So you're kind of in a learning period, and you're not going to have all the answers right now. Things are not going to always be perfect. All right. So this can be one of those weeks in your relationships where you really are going to have faith that, you know, we're coming together. Things are going to work itself out. And if this is really where you're meant to be, but you're having a hard time talking to each other, or coping, or dealing with each other, or communicating, that sometimes we just got to give each other a little bit of space. Things will turn out fine, right? Things will turn out good, especially with the Star card. Now, some of you could be calling in, manifesting love into your life with this energy as well, too. And Venus in Virgo is a good time for you to be a magnet for love, you know, for people to see you and that wish coming true. So that there is a very positive energy to that being in your love situation. And I'll look at Aries through Pisces with that. Now in life, the 5 of Pentacles, maybe you're not liking the hand that is given to you right now. right? Maybe you're not liking it. Complaining, right? You're complaining too much. My Virgos, we complain. I'm a Virgo rising. I complain. But you know something? I was watching a movie, and I forget. It was a really good movie too. I forget which one it was. I've watched too many. But it was like, I complain a lot, but I don't give up, and I get shit done, right? And I added that to it. But that's the truth. But we do complain a lot, and you know, it's like nothing's going to be perfect, and that's one of the biggest lessons we've had to learn. You know, within South Node, there is, you know, come on, you know, who cares, right? Not everything is going to be perfect, but there is something beautiful about the perfection of Virgos, right? You know, it is what it is. But anything that's out of place is a big problem or is difficult, right? And we can see that. We can see when anything's out of place. Those reels where it's like walking into a beautiful home, but you see a little crack on the wall and it zooms right in. That's a Virgo, right? And but we got to ease up a little bit there, because things aren't as bad as they seem. And we can get caught in that mindset. So even if you are dealing with some bad hands right now, or you got dealt this week or last week with a problem that you weren't expecting, a bill you weren't expecting, or something like that, if there's anybody that's going to get through it, it's going to be you. You're not in it alone, and there is, you know, help on its way, right? And so you're just kind of dealing with life. You're kind of dealing with life, all right? It will work itself out. So what is the good stuff coming in? You can handle it. All right. So you can handle it. Now look at the good stuff coming in life. There it is, the 9 of Cups. I mean, the 9 of Pentacles. All right. So you are calling in an abundance of wealth and money and financial freedom, but you're, you know, don't complain about it. Stop complaining about it. Work. All right. You're doing your thing. All right. You will come out of any kind of financial crisis or hold, or if you're dealing with a problem at work right now, or a problem with work, it's temporary, right? You'll figure it out. You're built for this. I just saw a huge crow kind of perch on my bird feeder too a week ago. And here it is, right? You know, it's like another day, another dollar. You know, I've got to deal with this crisis. Deal with them. It's life, right? It doesn't mean that God's forgotten about you. All right. Whatever you're going through, you're going to get through. I do see financial freedom coming in, growth in finances, growth in your career, growth in your entrepreneurship, if that's what you're doing. But this is success. This is having more to splurge. So maybe there is some windfall money coming your way. All right. And that's good. That's Virgo energy right there, right? You're not going to let it not happen, especially if you're working really hard for it. That's just it. It's just earth signs, Virgo sign. You work for it. And you like to. You're a service. You like to build, to work. Now, how other people might be showing up this week, 4 of Pentacles. All right, so this is where some of the discrepancy can be. Some people holding back, some people holding on to it, some people being selfish, some people, you know, it's like, you know, trying to, you know, they hold on to their gold, right? You can't even pinch a quarter out of them, right? And so this can also be in love too. It just feels like people are a little bit closed off. Maybe you're dealing with somebody who's stoic. Maybe you're dealing with somebody, it's hard to get them to loosen up. You know, so be mindful that people can be very stubborn this week. People can be very selfish this week. People can be very possessive of their own stuff this week, their own time, their own money. And, you know, you may be feeling kind of, you know, stuck here. You got this energy here and confused. Why is somebody pulling away from me? Is it about me? And it's not about you. All right. It's not about you with this kind of energy that's going on. And the 4 of Pentacles, though, too, tells me that you're building foundations with certain people in your everyday life. So a friend group, or, you know, somebody that you are strongly attached to in your life that maybe you haven't talked to in a couple weeks or a while, they're still hanging on there, right? There's a foundation there. It looks like my Virgos have built who's meant to be in their life right now. It's just that we're dealing with we're complaining about certain things, right? Quit complaining, Virgo. This can be you overly, you know, just bored, stuck, not happy with the progress, wanting something different, wanting something to be perfect, wanting something to work out. And it is working out for you. But this week, maybe people are being a little bit more selfish with their time and their money or their energy, and it could make you feel like they're uninterested in you, and that's a trap you could get into. All right. That's the beginning, I think, energy. And towards the end of the week, it's like all of a sudden, well, people want your attention. Be mindful of people wanting your money though, too. So let's look at Aries through Pisces for you. And we got the star card, and we also have this energy here of, do they really want this? Do they really want me? Where are they? I'm bored. I'm getting tired of waiting. I'm getting tired of hoping that this is going to get better. Things are going to get better. And so for some of you, I may call you out, and it may not be for you, so don't take it, but it could be that you're complaining about something and there's no problem, that they're just dealing with other things, and you're taking it personal. Or there could be you have a problem there and you're getting tired of waiting for a solution, and that's valid because that's not how you're built. You need to see improvements constantly. You need to see somebody working towards goals. You can have faith in somebody and believe and see in the impossible and know that, but you need to see proof in the reality today that somebody is improving, that somebody is even working on one thing they said they would do, or you can just tell that their personality is somebody that you say something to them, they take it into consideration just like you do, and you're seeing improvements. If you're not seeing anything change and you're getting a bunch of broken promises, I'm telling you that is going to, piss you off, to say the least. Aries, 8 of Cups. So you got an Aries here that's constantly, you can feel it kind of drifting away. They're always drifting away. All right. They're not giving you enough attention. So with an Aries, they may be trying to figure their own life out. It doesn't mean they don't have feelings for you, but right now they are not giving you what you need. All right. They're not paying attention to you. They're going their own direction. They may feel like it's hard, and it's really hard to walk away, but they feel like it's the best thing to do right now. Taurus is dealing with grief. All right. Taurus may be dealing with some emotional hardship right now. They're still trying to mend from something that's been going on, and they're in a place. They might even be just depressed about something right now. But this is showing me here, that there's an energy discrepancy here, and you may need to let them have some space to process whatever it is that's bothering them. And if you push at this too far with that 7 of Wands, right? This can be where we push somebody and they say things that maybe hurt, or say things that are not meant for you, but that they regret it and then they feel even worse. So you could feel like your Taurus is kind of holding back a little bit, or just not in the best of moods, and it might not be the week to have the hardest conversations. Gemini, 2 of Wands. So Gemini here wanting to reach out, moving towards you, wanting to connect with you. So you may find yourself talking a little bit more, making plans with a Gemini. Cancer, we got fallen for you. Cancer here, feels you, maybe wants to talk to you. You may notice that they're being a little bit more emotional. It is their season and wanting to cater to you, wanting to talk to you, flirt with you. Leo, I see the 3 of Swords. There may be some separation or a choice, or you may notice that things aren't turning out as the way you wanted them to. And you could be still separated if that's the case, or things just aren't going according to plan. Virgo, the Moon card. So right here says kind of all, moodiness, fogginess, blurriness, not quite sure what's going on. And you really can't make a decision in this energy because not all the pieces are being shown to you. So if the energy may be stirring things up for you in another Virgo right now, but it may be too soon to really have a conversation, because the 7 of Wands and the Moon card can have very strong emotional reactions to one another. And you may end up having a very strong emotional reaction to another person's situation this week. You're Virgo. Libra, 6 of Pentacles. So it looks like it's moving smooth with you and Libra. You guys just keep kind of doing your thing, letting it kind of be. And seems like you both are engaged and you both care about each other or interested in each other. Scorpio, 2 of Cups. I see, resolution, maybe figuring out something you finally know how you feel, or you know where you stand, and you can feel emotions growing between the two of you. So deepening or a deep conversation with a Scorpio. Sagittarius, Two of Pentacles. You guys are still kind of moving and grooving, getting to know each other, or just trying to weigh things out. Neither of you really can make a choice yet because there's a lot going on. And you're just trying to figure out if this can work. Capricorn, the Hierophant, you may deepen your connection this week, level up. You guys feeling some sort of vibe, or just knowing that maybe there's a spiritual connection here. Scorpio, Sag, Cap. Aquarius, Seven of Cups. Aquarius still has you guessing. And that can be where your frustration comes in. You know, Aquarius got you on their mind, but they just keep it kind of open and don't, you know, make you feel 100% chosen. You just don't know. And Pisces, I see Queen of Wands. So Pisces showing up as a star, saying, I want your attention. I'm feeling very attracted to you. Feeling a strong pull towards you, Virgo. I love you guys. Libra, July 6th through July 12th. Let's get an oracle card, and I'll look at the energy, the main challenge, what to watch for in love and life, Aries through Pisces. And I'll look at the good coming in and how others show up. All right. Trust your visions, Libra. I see intuition and planting seeds, so scrying as well. This week could be a good week here for you to maybe even plant those first seeds to something that you have been wanting to manifest into your life. You know, you've been talking about it, you have a vision, you've been wanting to really pursue something. And, you know, this to me feels like something that you just know you really want to do. You know, it's not something that, you know, sometimes I'll say this might not be the good time period to start something. This might not be, you know, but retrogrades can be going back into the past and really looking at something that we originally envisioned, something we really wanted to happen, we really wanted to do, and then it may have fallen off the table, or life just got to us, and you know that vision may be coming back. So that can happen during retrogrades, like, oh, you know, I forgot, or I was on this, or I remember when I was doing that and it was felt so good, but what happened, right? So you could be having these drops come in this week, and this is where it is good to start planting those seeds, start making the plan, writing things out, you know, making the game plan, and maybe even getting started, or doing some research, or talking to people, or reaching out to somebody, and just saying hi, because, you know, retrogrades can be your exes coming back in, but it can also be you, you know, going back into the past and recalling something and reaching out to somebody else. All right, so let's see with the cards how this week unfolds. All right, Nine of Pentacles, good energy at the bottom of the deck. A lot of career stuff here. So this could be reviewing your career and your finances. And, you know, this is your vision too. Maybe some of you had a vision of entrepreneurship, or, you know, a vision of leveling up in your career, or doing something different, going back to school. You know, this is where trust your visions. If you see yourself doing something and you really want to do it, don't make excuses with age, stuff like that, all that bullshit. All right. There could be something that's really calling you to do something different. And that we're seeing success come in, but I'm seeing this has a lot to do with how you show up, how you dress, how you spend your money, where you're spending your money, what you value, what you're looking for. And so it's dress for success, because success is coming your way, but also make the plans if that hasn't even started yet. So this week's energy, I'm seeing the Six of Cups. It's everything I kind of just said too about the past maybe coming back, and you going back into the past. So this can be very nostalgic energy for you. It does look like, remember, the energy this week is going to be, there's a little bit of uncertainty when it comes to Neptune stationing. And, you know, so it clears up though, maybe towards the end of the week too, as it gets more grounded with Virgo. Venus going into Virgo too. So that's what I'm kind of focusing on, a few different aspects that are happening this week in this reading. And, you know, we have the retrogrades, and we're seeing very nostalgic. So, you know, you may be reminiscing about your childhood, about the past, about maybe somebody, an old friend comes back in, or you're thinking about an old friend, right? These can be good things, beautiful things that happen all the time. It's not, you know, this ex that you hate coming back in. Although if you're calling somebody in and you're still thinking about somebody, that's when these energies work for you. That's how you manifest. It's not what a card says. You manifest it in because you're still thinking about them, right? And this is also too maybe an opportunity from that you've been thinking about, or something creative you've been thinking about from the past, that you're remembering what you love or what you really want to do. And this is also a good week too for really your partnership houses, right? Because this does show, I always think of, you know, house 1, house 7 relationships, right? It's like feeling the love, feeling the connection with people. And this is where, and maybe this week you're kind of honing in or focusing on what you mean to somebody else, or what does people mean to you? You know, are they really important to you? You know, or am I important to them? You know? And so this week is very important when it comes to who's really showing you the love, who's really giving you the love. Maybe it doesn't mean you don't have to go and cancel people out. You just could be questioning it and wondering, you know, what's really going on here, or where is the love, you know, if that's the case for some of you guys, because you could be really longing for homey feeling comforted, feeling loved by somebody, and just wanting to know. So you may notice, you know, people are softening up around you. Somebody may be wanting to talk to you a little bit more. And, you know, because they're feeling you, they're wanting to connect with you. But, you know, this can also bring on, you know, energies of like, I want this, but how come I'm not receiving it, you know, from this other person? Because the energy itself is activating this feeling of love inside you, this feeling of vulnerability, openness, playfulness, and realness and authenticity. And you're wanting to see it reciprocated. And the people, even at the grocery store, if they're in this love, you will feel this pull back and forth to one another, like, I know you, you know, I see you. And but if you're not getting that from somebody that you're really pursuing or trying, it's going to be hard not to feel, because think of love, that openness, and all of a sudden you feel rejected with that pure heart. You know, it can sit with this, like, you know, why am I feeling this way? Why is this not, what did I do wrong? And it's not, you know, this is where other relationships are mirroring back to you. Maybe a wound where you might say, no, it's not about me. I'm totally open-hearted right now. I'm in such a great place, and this person is seeing me through this lens, and you can't do anything about the way other people want to see you. You can't change that. And if somebody's in a shitty mood, or believes that you've done something, or you're a certain person, or this is how you are, or whatever, right? You can try and convince them all you want, but you're not going to change their perspective. They're going to want to see you the way they want to see you, and they're going to parade around, and that's what they think. But this is God or the universe, whoever you want to connect with, right, is saying here, I'm showing you who really loves you for you, who really sees you, who really cares about you. Now, your biggest challenge this week is the 10 of Wands, right? You can't carry all this weight, right? You can't force or fix somebody, or do everything on your own, or carry a relationship on your own. If you're the one that's always being the one that is forgiving, or opening up, or, you know, being kind to other people and being loving to other people, that's great. That's great. All right. But it can't get this heavy on you. You can't be the only one carrying the weight of every relationship. It has to be two-sided. Now, also this week, your biggest challenge could be trying to do everything all the time and doing it yourself. All right. So watch how people see you too. If you're carrying everything, are the people that love you trying to help you? Especially if you're carrying this much weight. Or are they adding more burdens to you, more stress to you? Right? So this here too also says, watch for trying to work so hard like you have to prove yourself. The more I work, the more I do, the more I carry. This can be, you know, I have to do it myself. Nobody else is going to do it type of energy. Or I have to work so hard because I need to prove myself for love. Or I just feel like I'm programmed to work so much and always have to be stressed out and be tired, because if I'm not being productive, if I'm not doing anything, what value am I? So some of these challenges could come up for you this week. Now, what to watch for in love? I see a King of Swords. So you do have somebody here presenting themselves. It could be one person. It could be how many people are showing up. All right. Very righteous and right all that, you know, and could be stubborn and aloof, distant, you know, truth telling, truth carrying, but also this is where this comes together here. Because if somebody's cold, distant, aloof, and you're in this very love and special energy, yeah, King of Swords can definitely be very reciprocate. This is a great guy. It's a great dude. This commander of chief commander, whatever, right? Good man, good man, right? But if you're carrying all the way and it's one-sided, this man can become very cold, distant. It's my way or the highway. This is the truth. You know, so you could be dealing with people that also may be very opinionated and also say the truth. And the truth could also land very hard. And it could really, you being kind of sensitive, it could hurt your feelings, right? People just being very much in their authority. I'm right all the time, right? This is my way. Okay, whatever. Remember what I said. You can't change another person's lens. All right. Don't put that much work in. It's not worth it. All right. Now, hopefully this gap will kind of clear out, right? Maybe there are some people who you deal with that just don't forget anything. They just always got to have an opinion, always have to say something, right? Some of these people are just in our lives and we still love them. All right. And a lot of us have it, but you are being asked to don't put so much weight on what other people say, especially if these are people you care about. I'm not engaging in this. Right. But also in love, I'm seeing truth come in too. You have the 6 of Cups. Now, if somebody that loves you says, I love you, right? But they're still showing up as the King of Swords. Trust what they're saying. They mean it. Right. You don't have to prove yourself to them. You don't have to prove, right? They don't need you to prove to anything to them. All right. So I do see honesty. The King of Swords is a very honest dude. He's going to say it as it is. Facts. That's it. So this week we'll look at Aries to Pisces and see, you know, what the fact might be, you know. And now, of course, this is all possibilities, right? So don't think that if you're in love with your Aries right now and it comes up and it says the fact is they don't want, and you know they do, then the message isn't for you. Stop second guessing it. All right. Now, in life in general, I got the 2 of Pentacles. You're grinding, keep grinding, all right? But also make some decisions, because going back to this career review, all right, where are you farting around with stuff that has no potential to make you any means of money? Hobbies are good, right? But if you're just all the hobbying and you're not doing anything with them, it's not going to get you anywhere. Where are you paying Peter to pay Paul? What's that saying? Robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? You know, this is where are you putting your energies, and where are you spending, where are you doing, and you're not balancing your book right. You know, I mean, I'm guilty, so don't the pot calling the kettle black here, but I'm just saying that life says life's going to happen to you. Life's going to keep happening. There's no quick fix. There's no guarantee. And it's saying here, though, you know, maybe some of you take on another job. Maybe some of you, you know, you're taking on too much. You know, get rid of what you can't afford. Get rid of what, you know is a waste of your time. Get rid of what's a habit that you don't even want anymore, but you just do it because it's a habit, right? Or maybe some of you got it all together. You're doing fine. This is saying just keep on doing what you're doing. You got it going on. Just be mindful of where your energy's going, and you can't do it all at once. You gotta weigh things out appropriately. Now, any good things coming into your life? I see the Temperance card. So to me, what's coming into your life is balance and harmony, right? It's like if your life is out of harmony right now, it looks like really more for money, career, and just your life in general. If it's overwhelming for you, or you just feel like there's too much going on, it looks like, up ahead, there's a sign that says pull over. We got to refuel. We got to stock up. We got to get our life back in order, right? We need moderation here, right? So this is you bringing your life back into order and getting back in alignment. So this is what's good comes this week. Some things may be coming up that you've been trying to do or carry that are not worth your energy. And God's saying here, I'm trying to put you back on the right path. Stop wasting your time with certain shit that's not getting you anywhere. But this is also an indicator too that it's okay to relax a little bit and not put so much pressure on yourself to be there. Enjoy the journey. Right? There's no need to figure everything out today. How people are showing up for you, and I see the Judgment card. So there could be some what? All right. There definitely could be some what did they just do? What did they just say? So people showing up pretty much genuine here with this card, but genuinely questionable in some aspects and genuinely very truthful and honest on the other side of things. So there could be a lot of, making judgment calls this week when it comes to the people in your life. There could be renewals when it comes to people in your life. You guys are on the same path, same purpose, and you're coming into alignment. These two cards here show me you're reaching some path in your road that is saying, all right, we're doing a review here, another review, another cleanup. All right. So this is going to enhance your life. Partners that may seem too hard to read, the 10 of Wands, it becomes more clear. The truth comes up. We're not in alignment. I'm sick of trying to read this shit. I'm sick of dealing with this. But on the other side of things, people who are really meant to be in your life, the 6 of Cups, the King of Swords, the 2 of Pentacles, right? This is somebody that's going to be very considerate and make it work. They're going to figure out a way to make it work with you. Right? We can do this. And it's authenticity. So even if there is struggles or inconsistencies or discrepancies or personality, mixed matches, we're still feeling called. There's a purpose here. There's something. We'll figure it out. Nobody's perfect. So lean on the ones that are easier to deal with, that feel like this is just life and people can be difficult, as opposed to the ones that just will not reciprocate and you're trying to prove your worth to them. Because you're missing the other side of things, of the people that want to be there with you, want to be in your life. You have Sag, Scorpio energy, fire energy here showing up for you, Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. So with that being said, let's see what's going on. Let's see the truth call. Let's see but this can also be very cold dude, very detached, right? Needing to make a decision here when it comes to relationships this week. Aries, 4 swords. Give it some time with an Aries. Aries needs to give themselves a little break here. They may be so overwhelmed, going through a lot of their own shifts. And this is saying, I just don't want to deal with the world right now. I need some consideration. I need some space. If I say the wrong thing, if I do the wrong thing, if I'm really, really hurting and I'm trying to heal, right? Or I'm just overwhelmed with life in general and I need my space. So maybe not trying to read too much into this. It looks like they're just needing some space alone, quiet time, and this will help the relationship grow. Now, Taurus, on the other hand, is just very withdrawn and maybe has feelings but don't know what they want to do with it just yet, and not enough to really make you happy. Like they're, and it's draining you maybe. So be mindful of a Taurus here, because, you know, you and Taurus, there's something here that is not fulfilling one of you, and it could be you, it could be them. And it's not that there's no love there or we don't have memories together, but it is saying something needs to change, something needs to happen. All right. Maybe they're wanting more, but they don't know how to say it. Maybe they're dealing with some depression. Gemini, 8th of Cups. All right. Gemini's fallen for you. Looks like Gemini has some true emotion for you, true interest in you. Cancer is like, I got this. Let's go. You and Cancer here seems like on a mission, very focused to trying to overcome whatever is going on between the two of you. Leo, 8 of Wands, right? So hitting the gas this week. There could be a lot of truth calls coming out this week. And remember, we're looking at the King of Swords. So it can be very much detached energy, it can be cold and can be distant, but if they have some truth to say, they will say it. So this week, it looks like a Leo's not going to hold back. There could be a mouthful coming in though. And just be mindful, the 8 of Wands can sometimes be very exciting energy, hearing a lot of good ideas, good news, but also things can get very intense, or they can be short-lived too, or they can bite, right? With the King of Swords. Virgo doesn't know what they want. So if they pull back their energy a little bit, it's because they're trying to figure out what they really even want. They feel a pull towards you, but they're still uncertain about everything. Libra, Ace of Swords. So it looks like clarity. It might be hard to make a decision this week, but the truth is really going to light up. It's really being lit up. All right. And, you know, communication between you and another Libra, but it's also cutting through all the falsities. And I see a fresh energy here, being able to talk things out, connect. Scorpio, don't lose faith in a relationship with Scorpio. You know, there's hope here for you guys, of course, with the star, but there's also a learning period where we got to figure each other out. And sometimes one of you or both of you could be feeling a little bit up in the air, feeling like your life's kind of not stable, and it just feels uncertain at times. So I would say don't read into it right now with a Scorpio, and just know that things will come together. Sagittarius, I see you guys really getting close this week, talking or trying to figure things out. Capricorn, you guys could be just trying to smooth over stuff and, headed, or if you guys are fine, it looks like things are continuing to be fine with you and a Capricorn. Aquarius, 3 of Cups, you could spend some good times with an Aquarius this week, or things just seem like they're in a good place. And Pisces, Knight of Cups. So we're seeing a lot of good energy here. It seems like only a couple of you have some questionable energies, but the Knight of Cups, the Pisces here, really has meaning and love for you. I love you guys. All right, Scorpio, July. I keep wanting to say June. July 6th through July 12th. Let's get an oracle for you for this week. Look at the energy, any challenges, what to watch for in love and life, and the good stuff. Aries to Pisces as well. All right, the healing stones, tenderness, care, gentleness, and nourishment. So it does look like you got a vacation week, or you're being asked just to take a vacation this week and give yourself a little bit of love, maybe taking care of the people around you. Maybe some of you are taking care of other people, or maybe some of you are recovering from some health issue or injury or anything like that. And this is renourishing yourself and renourishing your soul. Now, on a more spiritual or emotional level, this could also be some of you taking care of in private, some of the things that may be affecting you emotionally, and, healing and giving yourself time and resetting yourself. So this can be a good cleanse, reset, therapy, doing therapies, doing holistic stuff, and so forth. So a lot of care and energy, and taking time just for yourself. So let's look at tarot and see how it unfolds. Maybe this is why this is so important, because there could be a lot going on. in your daily life, you know, just you have a hectic, a lot of us, hectic daily life and everything that needs to get done. And, you know, and maybe this is just reminding yourself to take some space for yourself. I got the sun card here at the bottom of the deck. So the overall energy here at the bottom is like, come on, get out there. This to me screams the ocean. Go to the beach, go to the water, go to the pool, you know, go stand in the shower, cold shower, right? You know, just go put your feet in the grass, get outside, have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun. So this is nourishment. So some of you may need a reset. Maybe, you know, you just got through something and it wore you down, you know, and before you get started again, you know, you can't go in with an empty cup. You got to fill yourself back up. So this is showing luck around you too, and showing, you know, clarity that may come in for you too during this time. So when you take some time out to meditate and just kind of process what you just went through or what's happening, even if it's good stuff, like guys, even if this is like you just went through a major upheaval of a lot of goodness coming in, even then you still got to take a step back and process the intensity, everything that's been going on, and recharge yourself. So the energy this week, 5 of Swords as well, right? So this is what I'm seeing here, though. You get a lot of conflict, a lot of mental conflict, a lot of things that need to be done, said, thinking about this, thinking about that, thinking about, you know, you're doing so much, trying to do so much that you can become very forgetful and forget that you did something. Or you're forgetting to do things, or somebody's saying, hey, you send a text or do something, or and don't realize it, and somebody's confused by you because you're kind of all over the place, or you just need a moment of silence, right? This is avoiding disagreements and disputes, and you know, other people talking, other people gossiping, or your mind gossiping in your own head, trying to figure things out, or you're thinking things. And, you know, it's just, the beginning of the week to me feels like it's a surrender situation. Surrender to the noise. Stop trying to fix other people's problems or trying to question everything in this energy. Now, your main challenge here, the 4 of Pentacles, all right? Staying grounded is the first thing that comes through. And also letting go of control. This has been coming through for you a lot. I usually don't, because a lot of people, you know, you'll hear that a lot. But for you, Scorpio, right now, it's this isn't do more. This isn't control the situation more, manage the situation more. You know, this isn't hold on to your perspective. This isn't hold on. This is let go energy. You know, this is let go this week. Let go of ruminating. Let go of trying to solve a problem. Let go of trying to be right. You know, or let go of, you know, trying to solve the world's problems in one day. In love, I'm seeing the 9 of Pentacles, right? So you are, you know, glowing up when it comes to love. You know, some of you are single. Some of you, this is you become so independent. Now I'm going to reference Aries through Pisces with your, with this card, and see how it plays out, because this can be solitude. I need time to work on myself. I need to heal. And then you have the nourishment here. So some of you have just recently gone through a breakup and you're trying to fix it. Let go for the moment. Let go this week. This is about you focusing on you, being secure in yourself, you know, and we'll get back to this next week, or maybe in 3 days, or maybe, you know, it's just not the time. Let go a little bit, focus on yourself. If some of you have been, you know, single and ready and available, this is showing that people see you, people see your worth, and get yourself out there, be seen. And we're seeing new romance, love. This is where this glow up is happening, maybe in relationships, but it's going to come through, your everyday life, your daily routine, which also means you've got to let go a little bit and make space and room for people to approach you, to be around you, and, not trying to read into every single thing that's coming your way, because this could be a good romance week for you. Somebody being very attracted to you, somebody very new. And it also can show too that maybe somebody just wants a little bit of space right now because they're working on some of their responsibilities. But your problem is going to be managing your thoughts, managing your control over the situation, because you have no control over it. This person may want some space to do things. And this can be a very fearful energy, very possessive energy. This is where Scorpio can be, wait a minute, I need to make sure everything's okay, or I need constant control so I don't get hurt. Now, in life in general, I'm seeing 3 of Pentacles. It's all coming together. If you need help in certain areas, there's a support for you. This could be financial advisory, counseling, connection. Remember, this goes back up to this energy too. Giving yourself a little bit of love and nourishment where you need it. So if some of you need to work on, work itself, this is professional help. This is career help. This is financial help. This is spiritual help. This is counseling. This is also, things are just working. Things are just coming together. You got it going on. It looks like, you pretty much have it handled. And if you need to get help, get help. All right. Don't try and do it all yourself. Right. But also adapt to the situation, because things are going to be all over the place right now. One day you may feel very stable and the to-do list looks great. And then the next day you can't get to it because, just life is happening right now. And I'm noticing that if you're expecting predictability, or you're wanting guarantees, it's not going to happen right now. But this is showing you that you are working at making progress and you're continuing to grow and be successful. But it's not always going to be managed or happen exactly the way you want it to. So you got to kind of work with the energies and work with people. You got to work with other people and cooperate as a team, because not everything is going to go the way you want it to go all the time. All right. And that's life in general. And so this could be where to, putting down the to-do list this week, especially if other people have things going on that are out of your control. Now, the good stuff coming in is the 6 of Swords. This is going to pass quickly. It looks like you're moving out of a difficult time, a very difficult time. You have the 5 of Swords and you have the 6 of Swords. So this week's energy looks like, it feels like, the God's message here is, look, this week doesn't have to be the way you want it to be. It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to do anything. Take a break. If life doesn't seem like it's showing up for you, or things aren't getting done, or people aren't cooperating, it doesn't mean that your end game is screwed up or things aren't still working out. It just says there's some disruption, there's some static in the air, there's some confusion in the air, and this too shall pass, right? The good news is like you're going in a new direction here that you might not have the answers for yet. You might not understand why something is slowing down, or why something is confusing you, or why something seems like it's being difficult. But you're being asked to surrender and say, well, fuck it, show me. All right, you do it. I'm taking a break. I'm going to go to the spa, right? I'm going to go work on my mind, go work on, my health, and see what God has planned, right? But you're seeing it's a quick energy. It'll smooth out quickly. So if you are dealing with a disappointment or disagreement or confusion with somebody, you'll get the answers, right? There's nothing you can do about it, though. Sometimes it's out of your hand. Now, how other people might be showing up, and here's where it all ties in. 5 of Wands. All right, disgruntled, competitive, argumentative. Yay, I'm a Scorpio, so I gotta be mindful of being online and triggering people, especially in what I do. People are gonna test you. People are gonna challenge you. People have every right to. Not all our opinions don't matter. But the thing is this week, if you're trying to control situations and things are getting out of hand, just know the 5 of Swords can be, some people just don't want a solution. Some people are dealing with their own crisis and they can't see the energy that they're throwing out at you. Some people just may be testing you and challenging you just because that's what people do. We help each other grow. Thank you. Right? And sometimes there's no whys for it. There's no whys. I don't know why you're being a bitch. I don't know why you're trying to piss me off. I don't know why this person's aggravated. I don't know why. But you know what? This week you're being asked to, you know what? All right, I'm going to the beach. I'll be back. I'll deal with you later. It's all going to work out, right? But you are being asked to focus in your own lane this week, right? Especially if it's you. If you're aggravated, maybe you're pissing other people off. 5 of Swords. Maybe you're confusing people. 5 of Swords. Go to counseling. Go deal with it, right? So this week can just be one of these weeks. It's avoidable. It's avoidable. But I can see that people are dealing with there's like an army of tension coming your way, or, you know, people just want to challenge you constantly. And I think of Mars and Gemini too right now too, which is, you know, this here to me looks like Mars and Gemini and Uranus conjunct. 5 of Wands, 5 of Swords. This kind of energy where it's like, I can't figure it out. I don't know what's going to happen. And all of a sudden, boom, you know, God says, here, this is the answer. That's why there's nothing you could do about it, right? But you could be fighting about something and then forget what you were fighting about. Get pulled into an argument or gossip with somebody and forget that you really liked the person. Why are you talking about this person? Because you have nothing else to do, or you're just aggravated, or you're pissed off, or you get mad at somebody and then all of a sudden you hate this person, or it's like whatever, but then you realize you love the person, but it's a little dramatic. It can get very dramatic with this energy. And we can easily get triggered by the weirdest things, so slow down. This is also a very good energy though too. If you are centered and grounded, man, you can get a bunch of shit done if you wanted to. But be mindful to rest and take care of yourself, because this energy can be like, I have so many things I want to figure out, I want to do, and you could end up over explaining yourself, or you could be impulsive. So this is one of these where I say, you know what, I'm taking a break. You can engage in this energy, and maybe some of you enjoy it, or some of you like the challenge, or you can choose to just kind of put your focus elsewhere and let this energy pass and say, you know, all right, I'm not engaging in this circus this week, right? Or I don't feel like doing all this stuff. I want to take a break. So how others might be showing up is the difficult one, which was the 5 of Wands. Other people may be trying to test you. Now, with all this being said, let's see what's going on, because in Aries through Pisces, you have the 9 of Pentacles, which I could see how this could be testing you. Somebody may be trying to push your buttons because they need to be alone. Somebody needs to be alone. Sometimes people start arguments just because you won't take no for an answer. You know, why do you want to be by yourself? Let's just hang out, blah, blah, blah. Leave me alone. I don't want to be, you know, it's like, but at the same time, this could be you, Scorpio. You want to be alone. Leave me alone with your problems. I don't want this. So just peacefully exit and go to the beach. Aries, Wheel of Fortune. So Aries got a lot going on, maybe spinning their wheels. Maybe there's just something changing, but there's something about this connection where you both feel like you're being pulled to each other. You know, things are all over the place, but I am seeing it. You got to give things a chance to kind of unfold and change between you and Aries. If there's something happening again, or they're coming back around, or they do come back around, all right, this is a chance to do something differently, and maybe not, you know, maybe try and work things out here, you know, or try and figure each other out by giving each other maybe a little bit of space. It helps the situation. Now, Taurus, Page of Pentacles, looks like, you know, we're talking, we're trying to connect, you know, they're trying to reach out with you, they're trying to talk to you. Remember, I'm going through these energies, but you do see somebody who's slow to put the foot forward here. They're taking one step at a time, you know, very independent energy, but they like you. They want to connect with you. They want to make it work. So it looks like, you know, you could be making plans with a Taurus, but take it slow. Gemini, 3 of Wands. You guys could be making plans as well to get together. You're making progress together. You're making it work. You're figuring things out. And so I am seeing here, you know, just let things kind of roll the way they're rolling. Don't try to control it. If you're waiting on them, just see what comes. Don't force it. Cancer, 8 of Cups. Cancer go in their own direction. They may have feelings, but they just feel, you know, their inner they're feeling called to go figure themselves out. You got to let them go do their thing, right? Or you're going to constantly get confusion from them. Leo, the magician. So, you guys could be talking, finding that you like each other, feeling really pulled towards each other, and just communicating more. Virgo, things coming together with you and a Virgo. Again, nothing exciting. It's just figuring things out and things kind of, happening, right? Maybe you are finally closing the chapter. Maybe you already figured out what's happening. Maybe you already know it's over, or that we finally figured this out. Let's just let things be for the moment and see what else transpires. Libra, the Fool card. So you got a Libra coming in. This could be really fun. Let's see where it goes. Or it also can be, if it's been on again, off again for several years or months or whatever, just be mindful that it's still in this position. Scorpio, 9 of Wands, right? You got a headache here. This is showing exhaustion. You are being asked to give yourself a week of vacation. The best you can. I get it, life, work, you got to do stuff. Maybe some of you do have PTO, maybe some of you don't work, right? But some of you may have been trying to deal with something, or you've been dealing with something behind the scenes that's been going and going and going and going, right? It's not telling you to give up on your problem or your person, but it is saying, give it a break. Give it a break. You guys will figure it out. Sagittarius, I got messages, communication coming in with a Sagittarius. All right. For some of you, it could be challenging. Watch out for disagreements, disappointment. But for some of you, it could just be confusing. Like, they got your attention. They're talking to you, but you can't quite read through them yet. You're not sure what they're really thinking. Put your spidey senses away this week. Just take things as face value at first, right? See where it goes. Somebody might be vague. Somebody might be not saying everything they need to say. They may be holding on to something, processing, but just try not to read too much into Sagittarius this week. Capricorn, same thing as well. Capricorn could be dealing with some grief, feeling sad, feeling, they might not be showing themselves to you that way, but they definitely could be feeling like, I feel down blue, unhappy about things, maybe even regretful, but they're processing something. They will say something in due time. Aquarius, Page of Wands, bringing the light. Aquarius is like, I just want to flirt, have fun. Let's do this. All right. Maybe keeping it at this. If it's been stuck at this energy and it's not going anywhere, I don't know. Maybe you need time to think about it. But I see the Page of Wands with an Aquarius is a lot of fun. In Pisces, it looks like you're having a conversation about feelings this week, or you're really feeling things out and feeling connected. I love you guys. Take care. All right, Sagittarius. Let me put the light back on, sorry. July 6th through July 12th. Let's take a look at your oracle for the week. And then I will look at the energy, main challenge, what to watch for in love and life, the good coming in, and how others may show up. The secret chamber, potency, deep connection, and treasure. And this kind of is a visual of what this week might look like as we're going into it. It kind of feels like, wait a minute, everything was clear, and all of a sudden I see a dark alleyway here. It looks good, everything looks good, and then all of a sudden it gets foggy, it gets dark, it gets unclear for a little bit. And then towards the end of the week, the light starts to shine again. And this might be where you're kind of having to walk with your eyes closed and feel into what's really happening in your situations and whether or not you truly can trust it or not. Sometimes when we're grasping or reaching during when things get quiet or a little bit uncertain or foggy, your person, other people may be also dealing with uncertainties in their life. We can start to reach and grasp from fear, trying to find a way out of this uncomfortable energy of just not knowing, because things may have really sparked up between you and another person and everything seemed like it was going great. And then all of a sudden, it's still going great, but we don't see or can't be validated all the time. And so we're going to have to trust whether a relationship is truly growing behind the scenes, or even if this is work related or home related or just your life in general, all the things that you've been doing. Sometimes the biggest test comes when you don't have control over anything, and see how everybody pulls through or everything plays out for you. Now you see potency, so things might get really potent this week, whereas like in your feelings, you might even fall in love, and this is where you may be really fantasizing or thinking or getting lost, and and everything just feels real. But then all of a sudden you could start to panic and think, is this an illusion? Is this the one? Is this my soulmate? You could be projecting all this because this energy, the chemistry, all of it is real. But it might not be the right time to really kind of, it's to determine what this is. Now, this is showing the weather. It's showing sort of what could be happening in the energy around you in the situation. And it could sometimes create panic when you see the darkness, right? But this is only a short-lived energy. And by the end of the week, Venus will be going into Virgo, which is where the treasure comes in, where the connection you'll see that has either gone deeper, and there was more to this, and there was more going on behind the scenes than you thought. So you're sort of coming out of this dreamy energy, when the fog takes over, and then you get to the end and it feels like it becomes real. If it's meant to become real, your relationships or the situation that you might be fearful about is actually, it could be the one for right now. I don't believe in anything, or anything is always the one, because we're always changing. So let's see how the week plays out. And I'll look at the good stuff coming in too, so we can see what's coming out the other side of the window here. And there may be a lot of things during this darker period where you're questioning some of the things. Be mindful of what comes up for you during the fog too. Like, why are you worried about these things? Because these are your values. These are some of the things that when you're falling in love with somebody, or you're really intimate, or you're really vulnerable, you really start to notice the things that your nervous system is giving off. Like, I need to know these things because these are important to you. And when you come out the other side, if a person is there, or a place or something is grounded and comfortable, it eases that. And then you learn that I am safe in this situation. Or you come out the other side and you realize those things that I was worried about are because I'm not feeling comfortable and safe in this situation. And maybe it is just short-lived, and the spark is chemistry, but it might not be long-term. Now, the energy this week, the Ace of Swords. So at the beginning, it's going to be cutting through some of the fog, right? And it's going to be in a house that, because I focus on astrology too when I'm doing these readings, right? So, you may be falling in love, and this is where it gets foggy, or you may be, deeply into somebody, feeling a soul connection, and even connected to life, like people in general, your job and things that you really want. And this is where the fog is going to come in, but then we're cutting through and we're seeing who actually this person is, or this situation that you're engaging in, what it really means and what it really is to your life, right? So your biggest challenge, the Knight of Cups, right? Your biggest challenge is letting your heart run the show right now over logic. We know we're in love. We know we're falling for somebody. We know we're wanting something with somebody. Your heart's pulling you, this feeling, and you're wanting this, this big gesture from somebody. You wanted somebody to know, you wanted somebody to pursue you, you wanted this relationship. But in the meantime, your biggest challenge is going to be you pursuing them during a period where it's more of contemplation and more of trusting and surrendering with that darkness energy, and being able to be in the uncomfortable spaces in a relationship, and not need the validation to know that somebody really loves you or really wants you, or is this a player, or is this somebody that's got true love for you that really wants to advance? All right. So be mindful of the people that do during this period, because this dark period too can be part of this retrograde, and part of, Neptune stationing, which means things look glamorous, things look beautiful, things look awesome and look like the soulmate and look like the one. And then when the lights come on, it's like, they don't look like who you thought they were. So the veil can be lifted, and rose-colored glasses in this energy too. And especially if people are coming back in your life, because this can bring back new romances as well too. So you could easily confuse, what you dream about, what you want, what you really want this person to be from what they really are. So I would say during this period, I wouldn't, for my Sagittarius, get stuck on thinking that something or someone is the ultimate, is the one, is the, because if somebody does pull away from you in this darkness, or things become blurry, your fears and anxiety could get triggered, which trigger this feeling that something is more important than it really is. And we can get, really, really drawn into that energy and get lost in it. So in love, what to watch for too, I'm seeing the Queen of Wands. This is your energy. This is rushing in. This is impulsive. This is, I want, and I'm going to get it, wanting attention, wanting to make it happen, wanting to pursue, and that's good. For some of you, regardless of these energies, if you're falling in love and you're dating somebody and you know it, you want it, it's not saying don't have confidence and don't go after it. You're looking good. I mean, this is obviously going to be a very lucky time for you when it comes to, you looking good, you getting what you want, you fulfilling your visions, you attracting in people. But the thing is if you fall in love too quickly or declare that this is the one too soon, if somebody this week, starts to become less reliable or starts to pull back their energy, or is, questioning you, and then you start chasing after it, this is where what's trying to be shown to you becomes a fantasy. It becomes a chase. It becomes a challenge. In a retrograde, oftentimes, if we're starting something, we need to start slow, because let them show their true colors. Let's see where it goes. So keep the romance light is all I'm seeing, because it could be easy for you to get so passionate and intense, and your heart opens up and you just want this, right? And, you want it to be heavy and hot and fast. Mars is happening too, and so that's opposing your sign, and it can be restless energy, and it can be, I don't like being confused, I don't like not knowing, and I want to know, and I want to make it happen. So and I'll look at Aries through Pisces, and I'll look at all this, because it does look like you are talking with somebody, or somebody, remember, this energy can bring people that you've dealt with before, and you may want to act fast, and you want to jump in and be impulsive, but you are being asked. Some of them may turn out to be, the one that you really want, but some may be a facade. In life, it looks like love, it looks like your heart, your desires, your wants always leads the way, right? It's like, and this is where the impulsivity and desire takes over your logic, right? So needing to make important choices when it comes to life, and where your heart is leading you, because your heart doesn't always tell you the truth. You think it does, but your heart can be deceiving. Now you're seeing in life, there could be choices you have, making the right choice. There could be somebody from the past trying to come in. You're making a choice in lovers, but it's also following your heart, for life in general, your job and career and your family? And are you focused in being impulsive and just making choices in the moment that feel good in the moment? Or are you looking at your future and seeing how something plays out in the future? You know, is this something that is a good choice for you? Is this going to bring you closer? Is this going to match you? Do you have the same long-term goals? So this isn't just, it feels like a lot of chemistry and sparks are taking over. But now, you know, if we want it to get real, we need to really focus on bringing the mind into this, right? So clearing up any illusion. The good things come in. I see the 10 of Cups. So it does feel like, you know, you are being presented with the path that you're choosing is to be in a family, long-term relationship, wanting it all with somebody, wanting the full picture, wanting something real. But you got to be making the choice that you're envisioning this with the right person, not getting ahead of the game. So some of you are calling in this. You really want this marriage, this family, this relationship. You want to be together. It's going to come with its problems, of course, but we've got to start with, you know, what's really happening now in the reality. So this space that may come in this week after the dream, after the admiration and the attention and the, you know, you getting all psyched up and romantic with somebody and feeling like they're the center of your world. Now, if they pull back a little bit, this is going to be where it gets real. Do we chase or do we try to, and you don't, this is why you don't chase. You know, you want the real one, may the real Slim Shady, you know, stand up. And that's what's going to happen, you know, for you. And we're seeing the gift at the end of the tunnel, which is the 10 of Cups, right? Being in a conversation, being in a relationship, being, knowing where you stand. At least you're at the front door, the precipice of something forming for you for the future. And this could be career too. All right. Now, how other people might be showing up, Knight of Swords. And this is where things could get hectic because, you know, other people could be showing up unexpectedly. You know, that's why you cannot define or make definite certain beliefs that you may be having right now. Somebody could be impatient, defensive, say something, not mean it. Words land differently. They could be all over the place. They might make decisions super quick and everything is fast and excellent and electric. And then all of a sudden, boom, where do they go? Things can turn and twist. Mars and Uranus can turn and twist at any given. I didn't see that coming. So just keep in mind, you might say that I did not see that coming. And they could be your romantic partner or the person you're interested in. They might be very inconsistent this week because they're dealing with some of the same energies, and they may be uncertain now what the intention of this relationship is. You know, I feel it too, but I'm all over the place. And if I give you a definite right now, it may not be the same thing tomorrow. I got to make sure I'm clear. So there is a lot of activity happening here when it comes to all over the place and communication, but it also is showing here that moving forward intentionally, which means that if you are with somebody who really wants to move forward with you, especially with Venus going into Virgo, it feels like we will be more attentive to the important things about this relationship, which means the little things matter. What you need from me, the consistency, what you need, what you want, what you say, you will start seeing that build. If it's not moving right now or moving towards something more stable, you will get so much inconsistency and it'll be constantly just kind of going in circles. Like, you know, yes, you have chemistry, you know it, and it sparks up, but it does not mean that this spark is going to kind of simmer into something more long-term just yet. Doesn't mean it's the outcome, but it's just saying right now. So Aries through Pisces, let's take a look because you definitely have some spice going on here. You have some real sparks happening between you and another person that you're connected with. All right. There's no question that you're not gorgeous to this person. You don't have a very generous heart. You know, you got it going on. You're exciting. You know, the desire, the want is there. But the problem with these two cards is logic tries to come in and say, what do we do with this? and one of you is starting to think about the future, and you need to know if the other one is on the same page. You know, they want you, they want this now, you're hot, but is this just that? So Aries, Death card. All right, so it looks like no change, nothing is going anywhere right now within Aries. All right, it may lead to nothing. You may already know it. If you're dealing with a fresh new Aries and it feels beautiful, and this is reading isn't for you, don't take that. All right, the Death card usually shows up when you know it's been over, but you just can't let go. Taurus, the Devil card. We're seeing very karmic-y energy, jealousy, possessive, sexual energy coming in with you and a Taurus, right? There's definitely some wants. This is going to be one of these energies where, is this healthy? Is this a fantasy? You know, am I stuck on the fantasy, the story, or who is this person actually? Is this really my person? So you may be making a decision about a Taurus this week where it's like you can have the attraction, you can have the fantasy, but it can turn into an obsession and jealousy and anger and bitterness too, if they're constantly triggering you. Now you can see they still feel very attracted to you, very tempted, but there's something else going on that we really need to make a choice about this relationship and whether or not we can continue like this. If we can, you will resolve it. But if you can't, you know, this is going to be one of those really, it could be very unhealthy habits that we continue to feed. Gemini, the Chariot card. So it looks like where there's a will, there's a way with a Gemini. You guys pulling through these obstacles. This is a period of learning to trust. Seems like you guys both are really pulled towards each other, and you guys are just rolling forward. And things, you'll come out the other end better. So if you are going through a little dark period with Gemini, when the light shines, the treasure comes in. We're seeing the Chariot. They may return. The relationship may be better than ever. Cancer, the Emperor card. All right, so it looks like Cancer here feeling a strong pull towards you. Sometimes they may pull back to maintain control. You know, they want to make the right move at the right time. You may have them contemplating about the future with you, but it looks pretty good. It looks like you got them really weighing out the options. They will initiate. They will come forward. Leo, the World card. All right, so things kind of hanging out here for a minute, right? It's too soon to see whether it's closed chapter or whether things are finally coming together. So really right now, it's like, it's just about letting things be. It looks like your Leo is still circulating around you. They still like your attention. Maybe things were going really good and all of a sudden things went kind of quiet. It's still coming together. Virgo, 7 of Cups. So you got Virgo thinking overtime about possibilities with you. They might even be a little bit nervous, right? So they might be wondering if this is too good to be true or if you guys can really work things out and make it happen, but you're on their mind. Libra, 3 of Swords. So there's some separation or disappointing energy with the Libra. You may be calling, you know, cutting your losses with a Libra. All right. It's just the pain's there, the sorrow's there, it may hurt them. But it just looks like, you know, maybe it wasn't right now, is the wrong timing. Scorpio, 8 of Cups. So a lot of love coming in with a Scorpio. So coming up to breathe and making an offer, right? So they have strong emotions for you, and it feels like, you know, they want to develop something more with you. It's not just a fling. Sagittarius, feeling you too. So you and Sag, there's the Magician. Like, you're very much strong manifesting power, which means that you can manifest what you want, no problem. But you know, the Lovers and the Devil and illusion, and you can get that one you want, but can you get the one to do or be or play the part of the one that you really want? Can't change people, but you're obviously sexy enough to get what you want, but are you getting what you want? So you and another Sag, though, seem to be ultimately really attracted to one another. You're probably both battling the same things, and you'll figure it out. The chemistry is real. Capricorn, the Temperance card. So things kind of, you know, slowing down with you guys. Maybe it is a time to let the dust settle. This is just saying, let things happen naturally, because it seems like you're moving in a good direction. And right now it's just asking for things to stabilize itself. Aquarius, Queen of Pentacles, talking about a future with you, right? So they see the value here in this relationship. And Pisces, you know, if you're dealing with delayed messages, they're just trying to figure out what they want, what to say, or, you know, maybe they just don't know how to say what they want to say. But I do see communicating and, you know, looking at things from fresh perspectives when you guys talk. But communication coming in with a Pisces. I love you guys. All right, Capricorn, July 6th through July 12th. Let's get an oracle for the week. Look at the energy, the main challenge, and what to watch for in love with Aries through Pisces in life, and the good stuff coming. Let's see for my Capricorns, the cave. So this week, it looks like you're being asked to take a time out, slow down, retreat. Could have a lot going on around you. Family, relationships, everything just kind of up in the air right now, or just everybody has their problem. You know, one has one, they all have to come at the same time, right? Or it just seems like nothing's settled yet. You know, you're still kind of in the midst of things, wondering where or when something's going to resolve itself. So you could feel not grounded at times, you know, even if this has nothing to do with you and you seem to, for once in your lifetime, it feels like I'm okay. Maybe for some of you, you know, you're like, I feel good. It's just, I just don't know where everything stands. You know, maybe the relationship is too fresh, or maybe there's a problem going on at the home that's kind of interfering, and, you know, and you just don't know where to begin or what to do to settle in or make it feel cozy again. You know, the only thing you can really do in this kind of energy is find the things that you do ritually that make you feel grounded, that you have control over, you know. So I don't know where this relationship is right now. I don't know where things are going. Rather than worrying about it and keep asking them or talking or checking in, I'm going to do things like, you know, my favorite things to do, and ground and feel stable, because it's all coming together. It feels like the world energy kind of in this too as well. Things are coming together, and there are times when we just have to trust in the situation. So slow down, retreat, go somewhere, go to the beach with Scorpio. I think Scorpio got that one too. And somebody else got a relaxation one, where it's like, you know, sometimes you just gotta let the dust settle from what's going on. And with Neptune stationing, you know, it's going to shake up your foundation a little bit. You know, even some of you, especially with your living situation, could be a little bit uncertain at times, and it's not an easy energy to be sitting in. All right. So groundedness, we're looking for groundedness, and I see the Empress card here for you, and this to me brings out the self-care, the nurture, and the slow down and smell the roses. If life seems to be giving you a lot of left hands, or whatever, curveballs, there it is. You know, sometimes we need these curveballs, or we want these things in our life, but it can still feel like we're out of balance, or there's just too much going on, right? And the Empress card is reminding you that these are the moments, you know, that you planted a lot of seeds, you put a lot of things in motion, and now we're just tending to them and nurturing them. But if we don't take time out to make sure that we're good, you know, we can't water from a glass empty. You know, water anything if we don't have a full glass. I only have so much to give. So things are growing for you. Things are coming to fruition. This is the card of receiving. So it's a card of not needing to do anything else when it's not necessary. I mean, of course, life's life. If you have a project due tomorrow, you got to get it done. I mean, we have timelines, but the things that we don't really have timelines on, or have a made up timeline in our head, those things we got to kind of let them be undefined right now, and let them grow, and trust that we're, you know, be open to receive what's coming from this, right? And we don't need to actively pursue anything right now. So the energy that, look at, oh my God, the Four of Swords. So Capricorn, you got a free ticket to paradise here. Go for it. All right. This is the Four of Swords. This is put down the weapons, put down the pens, put down the, the books, put down, trying to get the answers, all these things, and silence the mind. Too many demands for you right now, and you're putting too many demands on yourself. This week you could even find yourself feeling a little overwhelmed. And in this energy, you're being asked to kind of rest. Take those naps midday, because you may dream about something. You may get some information during this time period that gives you the answer, or you may get a download. You may have a new idea, but when you're not forcing anything and you just kind of sit still, this is where the power comes from. This is where the recharge comes from. All right. So in the beginning of the week, it does look like maybe take it slow if you can, or take some time out if you can. We did just have a holiday weekend. Maybe some of you guys did get some good rest, or you're trying to get some good rest. All right. So your biggest challenge this week, though, is the Four of Wands. So I am seeing home life, demanding. You may have situations that in relationships with the people that you have closest to home, you may have situations going on that just feel like, oh my God, give me a break, and also you may have a lot to do around the house, and the biggest challenge is, one, not wanting to leave and go anywhere, but two, maybe you don't want to go to work. Maybe you want to stay home. Maybe you want to fix the stuff around your house, right? Or you can't get anybody to help you around the house, or, maybe you need to get out of the house. For some of you, this is getting a break to get out of the house and the responsibilities. And so what I'm feeling is that some things may not get resolved this week. Home stuff may come up. Maybe this is where you're seeing certain things that need to get fixed around the house, and it's overwhelming you because there's just so much going on, and it's like, I can only do so much. So you may feel a little bit out of control at some points, and needing certain things to get settled or done so you can feel a little bit more sane, especially if you have a lot of things going on at once. So take care of what you can, and, allow yourself some space and rest, especially if you got so many people from home or pointing at you. And maybe some of you just don't know where you're going. You could be relocating or thinking about where you're going, and it's really, your foundation seems to be shaken up a little bit. Somebody could come back into your life during this period. I'm throwing that out there during retrograde. I say that. And, it's like you weren't expecting it, but now it's also overwhelming you too, because now what do? You got these problems going on at home. You're dealing with family dynamics, family issues, family problems, house problems, home problems, and work problems, and life problems, and now throw in an ex. All right. But this is also a good time, though, not to try and find solutions to all these things that are going on that come in that hit you. It's saying relax for a minute here, right? Take care of one thing at a time. You can't solve it all right? I wouldn't rush into anything that's trying to come into your life right now during this period, because if you got to give yourself a moment to really, before you make a decision. Now in love, look at this, Page of Cups. You got somebody here coming in, I love you, or I want this. And, I am seeing maybe a child that upsets you, but really cares. And maybe your child is like, I'm sorry. But you're seeing love here is growing between you and somebody. And also this is a good week to window where when you're doing things, being mindful and by yourself or whatever, a new person could enter your life that may be of interest. It doesn't mean it has to turn into something. But love looks like, there's emotions growing and there's feelings, and you may get a sweet message. I miss you, or I want to talk to you, or I like what you're wearing, whatever it is, right? But there's a crush going on here. And I'll look at Aries through Pisces so I can see where things are going. Now, for some of you, the children are involved when it comes to a relationship. And that's why sometimes it can become overwhelming when it comes to the home, when we got children, and this can be what's overwhelming you. You can't solve everything in one day, right? But let's see life. I see the Six of Cups, right? So it does feel like it's all coming together, especially, and you can even put these two together when it comes to love and life. It feels like they go hand in hand right now for you. So relationships, the people you really care about, the demands from the people that you really care about, it's all coming together. I mean, you're making some good memories. Keep that in mind. You really have a lot going on. That, to me, this also says, remember the moments that are good. Don't always focus on the bad, right? But also note that some of the things that are happening to you right now, in the future, you may look back and say, how did I make it through that? But damn, I made it through it. And oh my God, kind of look at this part of your life, this time period in your life. Try to go into the future you and see what you'd be thinking about what's going on right now with you. What would you tell yourself in the future if you had exactly what you want? Look at yourself now and see what you're doing that isn't making sense, right? Come back to the drawing board. The Six of Cups is showing good friendship, good memories coming in for you, life, your enjoyment, you're making memories. And this could be something from the past, your past life, past situations, back in your childhood. Maybe you're being nostalgic. Maybe things are coming back around right now. I don't care about the people or things and places and stuff that you don't want. You manifest what you want into your life. All right. This is showing me here, though, that you have a lot of good stuff, good memories, maybe some good stuff trying to come back in for you to think about, that you really want to bring into your life now, that you haven't seen in a while or haven't done in a while. Now, the good stuff come in. I see the Two of Pentacles. Hang in there. So you got some good choices to make, good decisions, money. You have a lot going on. You may want to take advantage of this retreat, this time out right now. All right, because this could be you're preparing for a huge new opportunity, the Ace of Pentacles, right? And so you may be making plans to travel, to go somewhere, making plans to go back to school, making plans to add a second job or another hobby, right? But there's a lot of adjustments here because you may be deciding to pursue something else or do something else. So it feels like right now you're being asked to just kind of rest. It feels like a closing period. We are in the fourth quarter moon before we get to the new moon, which can be a release, an integration, and discernment of what stays and what goes, And so you're really kind of thinking and meditating on things. You're not making any decisions. You're just gathering info. You're slowing down and you're gathering info. So things need to maybe be slow and deliberate on purpose, with this energy and the Four of Swords. How other people might be showing up for you this week, and I'm seeing Queen of Cups. So this Cancer energy is making people maybe very emotional, very sensitive, very loving. All right, so this can be good for some of you because if somebody really does have feelings for you, this is Cancer energy. They're not going to let go. They're going to let you know. They're going to be softer. And it is a retrograde, so it may be hard to really fully know what they're trying to say or do, which is why you don't need to rush into anything right now. But it does look like people are really showing up very loving and nurturing. You can see this energy right here too as well. And very soft and vulnerable, and they may be very caring, loving, and inviting, wanting to invite you somewhere, wanting to do something, right? You see children too, and deepen in the connection. you know, but this is where we don't want to, you know, ground in on anything precisely just yet, because even if somebody's emotional, you know, retrogrades can bring that out in us, but we want to make sure it sticks. So just rest in the energy and let things kind of stay the way they are, because the Queen of Cups is, you know, this is more of a chill energy too. You know, so it's sort of healing, self-care, and just caring for the people and the relationships around you. So let's look at Aries through Pisces. You got a lot of love and energy here coming in, but things are still kind of inconsistent, on and off, up and down, whatever you want to say, right? So we're going to look at Aries through Pisces. So even if you have somebody coming back in your life, it may not be fully consistent right now with that Two of Pentacles. Doesn't mean they're not being thoughtful and they're not feeling you. Some people coming in could just be very nostalgic, and it can be easy to get caught up in that energy because it feels good. But when the honeymoon wears off, what's happening? It's just a spur of the moment thing. And that's my Scorpio skeptical side, right? But we are seeing here that relationships are developing and they're deepening this week, if you know, with certain people that you're connected with. So let's see Aries. I see the Ace of Cups. So the love is real with Aries, or beginning to become something, forming into something. So it's a start to something that feels like your hearts are opening up, their hearts opening up. Taurus, the Knight of Cups, right? So this is real meaning, real love. This is them really falling for you and taking things seriously. So you can see it's not only stepping up here, but it's really kind of announcing, or really just trying to be more loving. Pay attention to how they show up or what they're doing. Gemini, Six of Swords. So you have a Gemini returning, kind of poking in. Be careful, be mindful. They will try to skirt over whatever causes the disagreement, or whatever their motive is. They will try to just, you know, sweep it under the rug, whatever. Be mindful that they are coming back in and they still want to see where things can go with you. So that's it. Cancer, 8 of Wands. So things could pick up pace with you in Cancer too. It looks like they're coming in pretty spicy. You know, they feel like a sense of urgency to talk to you, connect with you, want to get with you. These energies can be short-lived. So I just want you to be mindful of that with this reading that I'm doing. And the energy, these ones here can be, wait a minute, slow down here. Why do you want to move so fast? What are you trying to hide kind of energy? Leo, Page of Wands. So Leo is, I'll go back to Leo's reading. Leo is testing the waters. Leo's wanting some fun. Leo's wanting to find something real, but they're wanting to make sure it's real. And they definitely are in a spunky mood. So you may really chat it up with a Leo this week. And Virgo's kind of spending time on their own, doing their own thing right now, really focusing on their work, maybe career, very independent. But this is a good energy, though. It seems like they're invested. If they're showing up for you, they're showing up and they're grounded and they want this, right? But they also are very much independent as well. Libra, things looking really good. You know, you may be going through some challenges with your Libra, but it looks like don't lose hope. You know, it's like, hey, we all got our challenges, but we'll figure it out one way or another. Scorpio showing up as the King of Cups. So Scorpio here showing up pretty chill, feeling like they love you. It's the same kind of Queen of Cups energy here. It looks like you got some love from a Scorpio. They're just pretty chill about it. You know, very subtle. Maybe notice what they're doing, how they respond to you, but your relationship looks as though it's continuing to deepen, or it has serious meaning to your Scorpio. Sagittarius, all about the fun, right? So Sag here, wanting to have fun, falling in love. Go back to Sag's reading, because Sag is falling in love, but you want to make sure it's real, though, because this is where we can get caught up in that dose of Sag, you know what I mean? But it's looking pretty good. And we have Capricorn, 9 of Swords. You can't. You got to take a step back. 9 of Swords, Capricorn. This is not a week for you to be losing sleep over shit that you know you can't do anything about, or losing shit over something you said, or something you did, or, or whatever, or what the other person's doing, or, one problem starts and then you start thinking about them all, and, retreat, relax, chill. This is anxiety that could build up for you with another Capricorn, and it's not the time to fix it right now. It's like, just match their pace and see what happens. Aquarius, the Devil card. So we're getting a lot of heavy energy as we get closer to Pisces. We are Capricorn, Aquarius so far kind of showing up as a lot of anxiousness, a lot of anxiety showing up. So maybe they may be showing up and they're triggering you. Remember, you don't have to make any decisions just because somebody shows back up in your life. You can just let it be. You don't have to entertain it. And if you choose to entertain it, you don't have to get so emotionally invested in it. Just deal with it. The 9 of Swords tells me you've dealt with it plenty of times before. Don't get stuck in the trap again. Pisces, the Magician. All right, so Pisces communicating with you this week. Seems like you both are on the same page, or things are coming into alignment with you and a Pisces. I love you guys. Aquarius, July 6th through July 12th. Let's get an oracle, the energy, the challenge, what to watch for in love and life, and I'll do Aries through Pisces. Let's see the good coming and how others are showing up for you. The Guardian Stone, awakening, progress, and initiation this week, right? So this week is going to be pretty much just kind of mustering through what's already maybe started for you. Things starting to wake up a little bit, movement starting to happen, initiation, which means somebody may initiate, finally call, finally answer, finally make a plan, decide to make a plan together. And so something that's been stagnant for a while, or sleeping, maybe even some things that you have forgotten about, kind of waking up. Something's trying to wake up and come back to life, a renewal. So let's see how it plays out in tarot. Let's see the week. The Fool card. This gives me your energy too, your vibe. It's Aries, but it's initiating. It's going for it, right? So you got the same energy that's showing up even with, you're being guarded. You're the Guardian Stone. You're being blessed, you're being guarded, guided. And there could be a new experience trying to show back up, something coming in for a fresh revisit. Let's take a look. Let's see where this is going. Now, this has Uranus on it, which is your ruler. And this means like this change could be just like, I did not see that one coming, or where I did not see you coming out of the shadows, or I did not know, I was just kind of doing my own thing. And then boom, something happens, or you step on something and wake it up, right? So be mindful where you're stepping, right? But I am seeing initiation and somebody wanting to, see where something goes. Now, the only thing about this one here is the Fool card is, sometimes we can step into something without having a plan, and which is fine and dandy. But if it's something that's coming back around that you've dealt with before, definitely use a little bit more discernment, and maybe making sure to, especially with retrograde, pointing, really thinking about the communication, making sure their intentions are clear, making sure messages land correctly. The point doesn't, we're direct. We don't want indirect conversation, especially with the Fool card. We don't want too chill, and that this can be a very non-committal energy, like, hell yeah, I'm here. And they show up like fool for you and love. And then next thing you know, it's like, well, where's it going? Don't be making the same mistake twice or even 10 times for some of you. All right, that was mama. All right, so we have this week the Knight of Cups, so very romantic energy, very loving energy. You know, things have meaning, you know, when this card shows up in this position, you know, feel your way into things. And, you know, whoever's coming towards you, it seems as though they are coming towards you with feelings, and you may get somebody pursuing you, or somebody showing you big, showing you like, yeah, I really want this, right? And this could even be you just deciding to show somebody how much you really want them, or how much you really love them, right? And, you know, so really also this week too is going to be focusing with your heart and opening up and being vulnerable more than with your mind right now, because your mind, you know, may need a break, right? Or you're just, because of things not landing, things not happening, or misreading things, it's sometimes easier to show somebody how you feel rather than tell them. Now, your biggest challenge, the Star card, which is your energy too, doubting yourself, not feeling attractive, not feeling desired, not feeling lucky, not feeling like anything comes true for you, not feeling like you're just losing hope, frustrated, disappointed. What's going on? Losing faith. Some of you guys, this is about you working on heart space. This is about you and faith and heart space. And, you know, maybe even believing that something bigger is guiding you. There's something bigger and better out there. There is something for you. You have a purpose. But some of you may be so afraid of disappointment that you're afraid to open your heart. You know, it's like not getting what you want, not feeling lucky, feeling like you've been forgotten about. And you just don't believe, or in dreams coming true, or something coming true for you. But remember, this card here is also saying progress. You know, you might not see, you might be wanting the end game, or you might need proof, but sometimes, or you need guarantees, but sometimes you're just not going to get all the proof that you want. There is a deepening happening here. Maybe that's part of what's meant for you this week is, you know, it looks like things could be getting more vulnerable for you this week. Maybe even other people, will see what happens, showing up a little bit more. But intimacy is a big deal. You know, things may be moving in that direction, but maybe you lack trust. And so you're always in your head, always trying to figure it out. And things show up unexpectedly. And this is where the Fool card is saying, you know, you can't have all the answers. You can't be overly prepared. You can't, you know, you've got to believe in God, not believe that you're the one in charge of everything. So you may not be believing that something is going to come true for you, or something that was promised to you, you feel like you forgot or were forgotten, but something could be coming true that's going to reignite your faith. I'm going to send that love out to you. That whatever this is that you think that you've been forgotten about is coming in for you, and it's going to reawaken that awakening, reawaken your faith. Maybe you had to go through, or you had to go through some tower moment for you to see that you're not alone. Now in love, I'm seeing the Emperor card. All right, so this just screamed out one thing: wanting control over the situation. Put down the guards. You are being asked to be vulnerable, more romantic, not be in charge and manage and every move that's happening. You know, especially if some of you are, you know, used to be in the head, being the one in charge, being the alpha. I don't know. You really either got to find yourself somebody who doesn't mind that, and somebody who's softer. But if you're going after somebody who also likes to be the emperor, there's going to be a power struggle. You can't have two chiefs, you know. And it's like, but it does look like, you know, you keep your feelings guarded because you don't friggin' trust. And you have feelings, but you're being asked to tap more. And the Emperor knows how to do that. So you know how to do this. Being softer, not trying to control a situation. And if some of you are trying to hold back, or you hold back, or you try to control things so that you can get your point across, you know, this is where you're being asked to soften up too with this, and maybe trust somebody to follow through. But we'll look at Aries through Pisces, and that'll tell me if this Emperor in your love position is whether or not maybe you need to initiate more, be more confident, or if you're initiated and you're coming on too strong, or you're just wanting to control and maintain the control of the situation and manage it. It's going to show up. But this card also shows that you're building the foundation in a relationship. So the relationship is going to deepen on its own, especially if it's a healthy relationship. It's going to deepen. We don't have to let our ego or manage or control it. This is where, you know, this is where that trust comes in. Now, life, I'm seeing the Knight of Wands. Hooray. It looks like you got it going on, or you're being asked to tap into some of that drive of yours and get shit done, get it going, break out, you know, be spontaneous, go have fun, you know, follow your spirit. You know, find the fire, find the passion, find something that lights you up. You know, if you know, that is Saggy energy right there. It's like, what's your purpose? What do you have a purpose in life? Are you trying to control relationships, or are you trying to control other things because you're not quite sure where, or maybe you don't have the control that you want in your life, and you're putting your focus too much in managing other people. You're being asked, it looks like here, some of you being asked to kind of go and do your own thing, build your own business. Right? And you've got a lot of fire there. You got a lot of creativity. And some of you are already doing it. So some of you, it's like high five, because it looks like here you got a lot of fire and a lot of drive, and you're very adventurous, very active, and going for it and doing it. So whatever you're going after, you got it made. You're doing the right thing. But also, it can also be afraid too, because fire too can take over. And, you know, and this is also, you know, trust in here that you don't have to do it all alone. Now, the good stuff coming in for you, the Seven of Cups. Look at this. A lot of things that you've been working on, that you have been manifesting, that you've been wishing for and dreaming for, there it is. Some of you may be granted a huge blessing of something that is going to bring back faith into your life. Now, this can be, you know, you've been dreaming about something, thinking about something, manifesting something. You know, you have options, choices. You're not sure which way to go, but maybe some choices that you have made are really going to show you that you trusted. You made some decisions in the past, and now you're going to see what comes of it. So a lot of these things are kind of up in the air, are going to land in for you and start to form. And this is also deepening relationships and bonds, and not necessarily feeling like you don't know what the hell's going on. You know, I'm tired of feeling uncertain. I want to know the direction of somebody else's feelings. And that's also what's coming in, is knowing where this friggin' relationship is going. All right. And somebody, maybe you don't trust that somebody's going to keep their promise. Right? It looks like somebody will. Now, how other people show up right now, or will be showing up, I see the Ace of Wands. All right. Ace of Wands is how people are showing up. Very, very interested, want to communicate with you, seem very passionate, you know, seem like, you know, they're coming towards you. They're initiating, right? So we're seeing initiation here. They're, you know, wanting to get things started, right? But they're being very like, I got a lot of ideas, or they say something, but do they follow through? That's the problem. That's the problem. All right, you may mishear them, they may mishear you, but I'm sure you, being Aquarius, probably didn't mishear. But it's a great idea, but who's going to take the next step? Do they follow through? Looks like people want to give to you. They want to start something. So you may just want to be mindful that there's a lot of exciting energy. A lot of people come in with great ideas and they have great expectations and great intentions, but may not follow through. And also people could trigger you. There could be some short fuses in here. And that could leave you questioning things like, what the hell is going on? All right. So somebody could be short fused. And with the Emperor showing up here too in love, that might piss you off. You know, but again, I am seeing if it's those close to you that you love and they have a short fuse and piss you off, sometimes the Emperor knows how to be the peacemaker and just chills out and lets somebody else hold the torch for a minute. So maybe somebody close to you has a short fuse or is pissed or gets mad or gets triggered. But maybe this is one of these times where you hold space for them and you let them do their thing and, you know, you don't get activated by it. But if it's somebody new and it dies out, because this could be a week too, that if something got started and it just won't go anywhere, it could fizzle out, die out. Because this is a week that's meant to deepen your relationships and your faith and your trust in God and relationships, that you're not gonna, something's gonna die out if it's only meant to be a quick spark. All right. So let's look at Aries through Pisces. Now, here's what I got here. You're on fire, passionate, not afraid to go after what you want. You get what you want to get what you want. You want to control the situation. Your ego is really showing up here in relationships. All right, I'm in charge. I know how to do it. I know what's right. I know what to watch. I know what to do. Right. But this can also be, you know, slow. You need to slow down a little bit here with this relationship, with this kind of energy, and make sure you're reading the room correctly. Because this energy is awesome. And if you're reading the room correctly and somebody's very enticed by your confidence and your need to, you know, the way you want them, some people just may not know how to approach it. They may not know what to do about it. Doesn't mean they don't like it or like you, but they may be overwhelmed by it. But you don't have to change that energy if that's you and that's somebody is, but you need to see growth. If you're not seeing growth, and it starts to turn into frustration and aggravation and manipulation, or, you know, having to do more or really control everything, and another person isn't responding, that's when this can become too much. And, you know, we need to check that. So Aries, I see the King of Wands, right? You and Aries playing with fire. You and Aries playing with fire. Very intense energy here. You both could actually really, really make it work if, you know, pride and ego don't get in the way. You guys really can get shit done, really feel attracted. You probably feel this real strong soul bond. You probably feel like you just get each other, you understand each other, and you're mature about it. But if shit hits the fan or things, you know, have a short fuse, this might be one of these weeks where somebody's got to stand back a little bit. Can't have two alphas, can't have two. So this fuse, you guys both, if that fuse is lit and it's fire and it's sparking, you guys could probably be a power couple. But if the spark dies out or somebody gets pissed or triggered, then this can turn into a boxing beef. But, you know, do what you will with that. But it does feel like, you know, they could initiate this week with you as well. Let them initiate. Taurus, Ace of Swords. So you'll get some sort of truth and clarity, you know, maybe them finally speaking their mind, telling you, you know, and it can be difficult at times to hear the truth, but it clears things up. So you may be communicating with a Taurus or trying to clear something up. Maybe you're realizing some truth or finally have clarity about the situation. And so this could be a new start with a Taurus. Gemini too, you got the Ace of Cups. So you got some good love. It does look like love is trying to deepen itself this week. So something that's fun might turn into something that's a little bit more loving, more real, more intimate. These can be new people showing up for you too, Aquarius, because these energies here kind of feel fresh too, you know. And we have Cancer showing up as themselves, vulnerable, emotional. You know, I really feel you. So your relationship with the Cancer could really deepen this week, become more intimate. Same thing with the Leo. You know, Leo really vibing with you. So I got an Emperor and the Empress with Aquarius and Leo. You guys are opposing. So one of you has to be open to receive and let the other initiate. But it does look like Leo loves your attention, wants your attention, and sees it going somewhere. Virgo too. Virgo's the Hierophant, right? So whatever challenges you're having with a Virgo, you'll figure it out. You know, you got to go through what you got to go through to have a stronger bond. Libra, Queen of Wands, right? So you got some fiery energy with you in Libra too, you know, but you get in more of a feminine and you get a masculine here. So it does feel like you guys make a nice fit, right? It's like we get along, but remember that's a lot of fire. So a lot of fire, we got to got to hand each other the torch once in a while. It's your turn to talk, my turn to talk, you know, one of those things, because just like with Aries, you know, you've got here with a Libra, this fire, this tendency to let ego get in the way. Scorpio, 4 of Wands. So things feeling good, settling in. You might have some issues around family or the way we do things. But ultimately, it looks like a big win here with you and a Scorpio. Sagittarius, things could possibly be silent, solemn right now with a Sagittarius. They may be going through something difficult, or you guys, your relationship is over and it's time to embrace the new, you know, move forward. But they are showing up in the Ten of Swords, which can say, I'm depleted, I don't have any energy. Capricorn, 3 of Wands, ready? You're making progress. Whatever you're doing with a Capricorn, you and Capricorn, you're doing your thing. Ride it out, see where it takes you. All right. You both seem to be interested in each other. So Scorpio, Sag, Cap, Aquarius, Wheel of Fortune. So there's the wheel in the sky is turning. All right. You know, to me, there's business here. All right. There's definitely business, something coming around here that needs to be finished, something, you know, but it's your luck too. It's your trust. So you got some good fortune coming in, and that's going to bring back some faith for you. Now, an Aquarius could be coming back around. You guys both feel like something is there and we need to figure it out. And Pisces, we have the 4 swords. So Pisces might need to check out for a bit or go on a vacation to figure or sort themselves out. So you might be taking some space from a Pisces, but it looks like it's only temporary. I love you guys. All right, Pisces, July 6th through July 12th. Let's get an oracle, and then I'll look at your energy, the main challenge, what to watch for in life with Aries through Pisces, and the good coming in plus how others are showing up for you. Pave your own way, leadership, courage, forge, and don't follow is the oracle for the week. So really it kind of says walking away from anything that just feels dysfunctional at the moment that you can't handle. I mean, some things you can't resist. Your family, places, things, people you work with. I mean, you can't, you know, disregard everybody in your life and just walk your own way and, you know, ignore everything. But sometimes you can choose to just stay in your lane, stay in your path, and just not follow the crowd. So, and if you feel like other people are getting caught up in something and a part of you is just not, you know, just entertaining it because you're there. These are the kind of moments this week where you've got to decide for yourself what you're going to absorb, what you're going to pay attention to, who you're going to be around, and maybe going your own way at times, right? Deciding, you know, some people might not agree with your decisions this week. There's always a naysayer. There's always somebody that's got to judge you. Go tell them to go focus on their own life. I'm sure we can find something that they need to fix about it. All right, but this is where you may be doing things differently than the norm. You may be, just different now. You may have grown. You may just not want to be a part of what people are being a part of right now, and there's nothing wrong with that. So you are being asked to have the courage to just be different, and just because nobody else is following you, following your way, does not mean that you're not following your right path. Let's see the cards. So I can tell by the way I'm reading with all these readings today that this is going to be one of these weeks that can sit deeply with some people, a deeper week. Let's see. Look at this, the 10 of Pentacles here, the energy. All right, keeping up, comparing, keeping up with the Joneses, doing things your way, trying to make money, trying to invest in your future. I mean, you have your own house rules. This is everything. All right, there's a lot going on in your home, in your money, in your personal life, in your financial, your job, the way you run your home, the way you run your business, and it just seems like your every day needs to get done. And there's a lot that weighs on what you do. So this week it's not changing. I mean, it does look like there's a lot going on. You may be questioning if it's all worth it. Am I working? And some of you may be leaving something behind. You may be like, I have this dream, but is it worth it? Or some of you are getting tired of struggling with the everyday monotonous or, debt, trying to live up to other people's expectations of you. Some of you here are sad or get caught up because you spend more time buying and getting things and doing things and searching for happiness through the things that you possess, the things you buy, and the things that, just everybody says, we got to have this, we got to have the bigger, the next, the best, whatever. And it looks like some of you are getting over city life, getting over the dream, right? And I'm seeing forge a new path. Don't follow everybody else's expectations. Some people may have wealth, born into wealth, have all this stuff that they really want, and they can afford it, and they're not in debt. Not everybody's in debt. But a lot of people going into debt, trying to keep up with a facade that just doesn't fulfill them once you get it. And so maybe even some of you are trying to break out of a family dynamic where everybody complains and nobody is making a lot of money, or nobody is doing everything that they can do. And you've been raised to think, this is the way it is. Well, I'm also seeing here, some of you may be trying to break out of a family dynamic and you're doing something totally different. Like, you know what? I don't need all this. I don't care. This is not making me happy the way everybody else is. I want to build my own life the way I want it. Wealth to me and prosperity to me feels different than what it might feel to the people around you, right? So you could be questioning a lot of this. Your biggest challenge is the Hanged Man. You feel really, really stuck, but you're not. Some of you may be feeling at times like, what will happen if I leave? What will happen if I change? What will happen if I, what's out there? What will happen if I let go of my job? What will happen if I let go of what's best, what I've been working towards? That can be very narrow-minded. That can be, you can't see the bigger picture yet. So because you can't see what it looks like next, if you were to leave or start something new or do something new, even if this is regards to a relationship or building, but to me, it feels like building a purpose, building your life, building your home, right? How do you know, right? You're keeping yourself stuck, right? Allow yourself to change. You're not fitting in with what you thought you once wanted. You're not fitting in with what's going on in your life right now. Let go of these these expectations. So your biggest challenge this week, Pisces, is your energy, the Hanged Man energy. Really have an ultimate faith that, you know, you can do this. You can do this on your own. You can do this, whatever it is you're trying to do. If this is to do with your work, job, or life, you know, or your financial situation, you really can. It might be asking you to let go of some things that you don't need. In love, I see the Two of Cups. It looks like simplifying, having a conversation and coming back to basics and really having a meaningful conversation with the people that you love. Now, for love, it looks like somebody could show up in your life very much into you, very devoted to you, and somebody here that wants the best from you, right? And it looks like declaring it, talking about it. And even if an old flame comes back, right, which can happen right now, of somebody from your past, you know, it's like there's something meaningful in there. Right, there's something happening here. So this looks good. This looks like a totally different from this energy here. Now, you may not know where things are going just yet and whatever, but that's not what you're supposed to be focusing on here. The Two of Cups in love is getting to know each other again, or talking to each other, and just seeing if we're vibing. You know, it's a test, right? It's is this real? Do we really feel we're in the present moment? Even if this is, you know, a past person, we could be very nostalgic and we could really think that this is true love, but really we're just happy to see each other, but we just need to let things be right now. So that could be a challenge. Whereas I think it was Sag that got this, where it can be easily seen as, this has got to be my person, this has got to be my soulmate. But it doesn't have to be anything yet. It doesn't have to be defined just yet. And maybe that's the challenge for you this week, is allowing things just to be without having to define them. Now, in life, I see the Queen of Cups, right? So very emotional energy. Pisces, this is your energy. And is it a hell yes? Because if you're very emotional, you're very nurturing, and you're very loving, and you're very caring for other people, right? But are you getting the care and the love that you need? Are you taking care of yourself like maybe you're taking care of others? Or do you feel like others, you know, give to you what you need in return, you know, for what you give? I am seeing here that you're growing in life regardless, and you're growing into yourself. I do see somebody also in your life that could be very important to you, very influential in your life. But this is showing you coming into yourself so that you can bring your best to the world. And so you may have been going through a lot of change, and your vision might be changing. But I'll look at Aries through Pisces too and see how all this is playing out, because this is going to be, you're very emotional right now, and you really need somebody who's tender, who's showing up for you. And if they're not, it'll show up. All right. So what's the good coming? I see the Magician coming in. I mean, this tells me the good is going to start really rolling in when you decide what's really good for you. What is it that you need? What is all this stuff? What's holding you back from actually getting the financial stability that you really want, the happiness that you're really looking for? So the Magician card brings in a lot of goodies. I mean, the influence, the ability to manifest and create, and the skills to get what you want. And something that you've been manifesting too is showing up for you. So some of you could be really have been working towards something. And with this 10 of Pentacles, it does show an investment coming through, or attracting in wealth, or attracting in a partner that brings wealth with them, right? So, or brings a stable foundation with them. How are other people showing up for you this week? This is where it can get blurry. I see the 7 of Cups. I mean, there could be some conversations, but they seem kind of, you know, what the hell's going on? Yeah, I kind of get it, but I don't. You know, you may feel like you can't rely on people. You can't seem to, you know, get a straight answer from people. You see possibilities, but you're not seeing complete follow through with people. You may be always looking at the possibilities with people. You see the potential, but really, there's one person or somebody special that is going to actually show up and be reliable. All right. And this is somebody, a partner who really sees you. So if you are not connected to anybody, that message might not pertain to you. You could be talking to somebody, but if you got a lot of people around you and you question it, and there is one that stands out, it looks like the window will be opening up, and this could be a really good relationship for you. And with Virgo going into, Venus going into Virgo too, this is where if somebody here really wants the real talk, when we're having the conversation and somebody can't give you a straight answer, somebody will by that position, by that time. But if they're still keeping you guessing and questioning, this is where this card comes in and says, you got to have the courage not to follow the same trap or to stay where you're only getting partial fulfillment. You know, it's difficult to walk away from situations, but there's got to be something. You're in a place where you need this emotional compatibility. Now, Aries through Pisces, let's take a look now and see. Remember, I'm looking at these two cards. I'm looking at the whole reading, but these two cards are the main influence. Aries, the Empress card, right? So Aries sees growth with you guys. It looks like you guys have already begun something. You started. It doesn't matter. The seeds are growing. The plants are growing. Something could manifest this week where it feels a little bit more safe. You trust it more. You could be having a conversation with an Aries on love, how much you guys really care about each other, and the potential for this to grow into something more. So a softening up and a deepening of your relationship with an Aries. Now, Taurus, I'm seeing the King of Swords. Now, you may feel a little bit detachment, distant. It doesn't mean they're not interested in you. This is communication. This could be where they may say something. Maybe they're not as vulnerable. It's not as easy for them to open up and be emotional with you. So this can kind of go two different ways. It depends on, your Taurus. Are they willing to open up? It looks like they possibly could be willing to open up and have a conversation with you because you're giving off this energy, very soft, very vulnerable energy. And that may be something it really draws them to you. Gemini, 5 of Pentacles. So Gemini kind of complaining about life, complaining about their problems, or they're sick of hearing you complain about your problems, right? It can go either way. I love you guys. Don't get triggered. All right. But I am seeing here that you guys, they're kind of like, you just never know where it's going. It just seems like it's very difficult, very challenging for you guys to stay positive because of this energy. You may feel like they're pulling away from you or they're still distant. But to me, it feels like with your energy like this, you may be dealing with a pessimist, right? You may be dealing with somebody that no matter what you do or say, there's always going to be some sort of bah humbug in it, right? So that's the kind of energy they're showing up in. You may have a conversation about, the problems or what's going on, or maybe you don't feel supported. Maybe you need to have that conversation. 8 of Cups, right? For Cancer. So I would say they're trying to walk away, not because they don't have feelings for you, but it's just maybe they feel like they are making a choice. You have that 7 of Cups here. Maybe they're just thinking the same thing. There's just not enough, or maybe we need to go our own ways for a while. Leo, I'm seeing the World card. So we're seeing finally a closure, things kind of wrapping up, things kind of serving its purpose, or what the purpose is, right? So it can go either way for you dealing with a Leo. We either know that it's coming together and you're the center of their world, or you guys have completed something and you guys are both comfortable with where things are at and you're finding closure. Virgo, the Chariot. So Virgo returning better than ever. So this could be a dream come true with a Virgo. They may be finally, getting it, or they've gotten through some challenge in their life, or they're ready just to pursue you. Libra, Page of Pentacles. We're seeing an offer. They definitely are interested, but you know, be mindful of a Page of Pentacles with all this other energy going on, because you could be dealing with somebody that takes their sweet ass time. And, you know, but to me, with all these other energies, it could be really thoughtful. Like they're really trying to show up for you. Scorpio, the King of Wands. So Scorpio is intense. Scorpio's got some good energy this week for you. It looks like you got their eye. They want to pursue you. They want to connect. Sagittarius, on the other hand, they don't know what they want. All right. They could be very protective of their feelings because they just don't know what to do with the situation. They don't, you know, they're questioning everything. And this can be, they're just not interested in much right now. They may be losing interest with a situation that's ongoing between the two of you. So we got to be mindful of what we're pursuing, what we keep knocking on their door with, because if that's just making them feel like I want a different song, I want to play a different tune, it's just going to push them more into this place of ignoring you. Capricorn, 10 of Cups. Capricorn could be the big winner for you. It looks like happily ever after here, you know, pursuing you. At least there's a talk about what could become of this, because it looks like they want something real with you. Aquarius, also, your relationship could just be continuing to deepen with an Aquarius, you know. It's like they have a soft spot for you. They feel it growing. The intimacy may grow this week with an Aquarius. And Pisces, you have the Two of Swords. So I can see that you're just not seeing eye to eye with your Pisces. You're feeling confused. And, you know, a conversation maybe with a Pisces this week, you both may be deciding to talk things out and make a choice about where things are going, or if this is really happening. For some of you, I would say just don't second guess yourself. Don't talk yourself out of something if you know the truth already. I love you guys. I hope you enjoy this week. Take care.